Sorry guys, I'm so sleepy today, so I don't want to sit here and yawn your heads off. Yeah, I didn't take the INTC. I don't really like taking too many positions into OPEX in general. I kind of just like to see how things go. Plus, we had stalled our 7550s and ready. These were our weekly max ranges for the week anyhow, between 7521 and 7550. So the risk for overnight was mainly failing 7461 because that was risk we could have afforded. There's a few things I want to point out from last night though. So this was pretty straightforward, I think, like a 7527 to 32 stall. Re-triggered the zone down to 7494. Excuse me. But then they retracted 7511. So these were all, this is all I think factored in. This is factored in. This should be noted that they retracted this but then stalled. Stalling the zone is what would have taken it right back to basically, like, we don't really have room to afford holding core ranges in here because we hadn't tested 6-9 and 6-6 the night before, remember? So our odds from the night before were we had room down to 6-6 and 6-9 and even down to 5-4 and 6-3. So I noticed initially they tried holding off 6-3 right here. This is a pretty constructive hold. And then you see how they brought it back to 71 and 6-9, like the first core targets. This was a good thing. This implied that they had odds of sustaining 7420s in real time, which is our big support spot. Okay. So this was a good hold. This was a good hold. We also closed at 7520s yesterday, so we can't forget that. And then, like I mentioned in pre-market, I posted notes this morning. This is a really big area. Remember what I said yesterday on stream, that if they fail the 16th ranges, they'll bring it back to the 14th, 15th. That's these ranges in here. Like, that's the 430 point range in here. Like this 3-3, 3-4, specifically here. This is the 430 point range of April 14th, 15th. And then another good thing that they did is they came back and they sustained 3-3, but then retested 6-1, 6-6. This was, I think, a good hold pre-market. This was a good test, but I would say we needed probably a tiny bit higher here. So the idea was that they try opening near 75.54, 75, 75.59, 75.61. Today's open gave us a really, really good odd that we can hold core ranges. And the first thing I said today was what? What was the first thing I said at open? This resets are open, right? But first thing I said right off, like the first 2 minutes, was they're for sure gonna backtest 74.21 to 25. Okay, that's gonna be an area that we have to see if they try holding. If they sustain there, then we have odds to basically get back into the zone. So I did unmute myself, right? Let me just make sure. I don't know if I did or if I didn't. Good morning. Okay. Sorry, this is my crazy chart, so you have to kind of... Okay, so clearly this area here is our highest confluence, okay? This is kind of the spot that we looked at from earlier in the week, and I don't need to reshare whatever I shared in pre-market. You guys can just go back and read it. But this was a key hold. So them holding 74.21, this is where we went long off 7.4. I went long off 7.422. I didn't get filled at 2.1. And the idea was that we can try getting right back to 3.3, 3.8, 4.4. You can see they immediately did that. They even took out the channel. So on this template here, where is it? You can see that. Do you see that? They held our calculated range. Okay. they opened above this 5475. You see how they took out the channel right away? They just didn't close above it. So this right here. Okay? So I would say that that was a really good back test. And then you see how they held 3132 here? This area in here. This was a really, really good hold. Okay, so far this has been, I would say, pretty constructive. So this was obviously a huge positive right here. And then them avoiding the channel and then holding 3-2. Okay, then they brought it back, and the first condition I said that we have to do is we have to now come back and retest 6-6, which we did do. Here's our 6-6 retest right here. And then what did I say has to happen in here? This is where things can start getting a little bit choppy, unfortunately. If they don't clear one end or the other soon, then it could start chopping around. So where is it? What are you guys talking about? What? Okay, so I had said this is mountain time, so this would have been at 10:27. Okay, so now we have to see if we can avoid getting back to the channel, but ideally above 74.38 to 74.44. Okay, this is our current condition. So far, what do you guys think? Do you think that they're doing a good job of holding 74.3844 in here? I think this is not bad. Like, okay, yes, they hit 4.2, but that's okay. Like, we could afford back to 3.8, but I think around here makes a better base. Do you guys agree? You guys are the ones following along the trade, right? You can't just tag along with me and not have conditions set, especially on like an OPEX day like this, okay? So I would say that this condition is also met and can give us an odd to now do what? What do we have to do now? Give me the next condition. Give me the next condition. I don't know what's wrong with the meta chart. Why is it doing that? Poet came back to this 19 mark. I would keep this on watch only because it could engulf on some of those wider time frames I was looking at. Okay, so what's the next condition? What's the next condition that we have to set here? And I would say it's a pretty important one. This is likely what's going to decide our fate for the second half of the day, especially considering it's approaching mid-session in another hour or so. What's the next thing that we have to do here? This is going to be the hardest point in the day, I think, is this period here. Aside from like the lows here, this was a very, very good sweep off 20s. No, sustaining 5-4 would be after you test, okay? So that's not true. If you're sustaining 7.438 to 4.4 and you've already tested 6.6, what does sustaining 5.45 like? Yes, I can see it on like a higher structure, but what's the condition that you have to make ahead of that? Obviously, you have to retest 6.6, okay? And we want to try triggering our calculated core target 6.971, okay? Then yes, then you can come back and set like a condition, but I would say at that point you'd probably want to set a condition to hold over like 6. The tricky thing is because these areas have all been tested already this week, what kind of PA could that entail? Which is what makes it a little bit harder to trade. And it makes sense that they would do this on an OPEX Friday, okay? Because that's exactly the kind of PA that I would expect to see on a day like this. That's what can make range recycled, right? Not really sideways, because it could still be progressive, but just a little bit slower. So if they come and test and clear 6.6 and tag 6.971, they still could bring it back to 5.4, 5.5, 5.8, right? I feel like at that point, since they already did digest a little bit in here, if they did clear to here, then you probably would want to try holding, I would say, over 6.3, 6.4 to actually have some progressed price action. Otherwise, you could just stay stuck in the means and keep staying back and forth. Could they keep us stuck in this whole area all afternoon today if they wanted to? Especially if we don't clear core ranges during mid-session. Yes. Okay, so if we don't get back to these areas by like 12:30, 12:45, they could easily keep us stuck here. Okay? And that would just do one thing and one thing only. What would that do? If they decided they wanted to keep us stuck in this range, they would basically just reset our weekly open, weekly close. That's it. Does that make sense? And I know that's not the funnest thing to do, but that's what could happen if they don't end up clearing. So I figured that risk off the 20s was good, but I don't know. It's just when they stalled 6.6, I could tell that they were gonna do this. Because if they really, really, really wanted to continue, I think it was, who was it that was saying that this morning? Like, this was a great cover. I think it was LI. If they really, really wanted to try engulfing today's session, right? Because they could. I think they would have probably taken out 6.6 and retested 7.1. Does that make sense? And probably got into like 7.7, 7.8, basically back to those previous day closes, and they would have taken out this range in here. Okay? Like, I feel like that would have been probably the higher probability of maybe engulfing. Then they would have brought it back, maybe held 6.6, 6.4. Does that make sense? And instead of basing down here, they would have based up here. Okay? And then this could have brought us to the zone by like 12:30 or something. So I do think that they reduced odds a little bit. No, I haven't measured anything this morning. I had to leave my house because I had no coffee. Okay, let's see. So basically you can think of it like this. Let's just delete this for a sec. Hold on. Assuming they had pushed to like even 7.7 or something like that. Do you see what I mean? This would have pushed us back into the zone. Okay, even off like these ranges in here. This would have easily gotten us back to like 74.90, 74.94, 74.93. Does that make sense? And that was initially where they were trying to sustain overnight last night before getting that breakdown. So it could have just kind of reset odds to get back into here. Okay? And then at that point, it could just be like a pinnable zone area, like between 7.488, 9.3, 9.6, 7,500, 7,501. Okay? So I do think that they reduced odds quite a bit. And on SPX, we're kind of just stuck between like zone and channel here so far. So you can think of SPX as basically like our previous support, like around 7.399 is where SPX is sitting, okay? And this 7.438 to 4.4 is kind of where it's stalling. And then these would be like the back test, so like losing 2.1 again would be the same thing as ES losing that 3.8, okay? So there's still quite a bit of risk, I think, this afternoon. On Oracle. I feel like I charted Oracle not long ago, but I don't remember what template that's on. Oh, I guess it's on this one. Oh, these are clearly some accurate levels. Do you want this? Like, I don't know where I got these from, but I'm pretty sure we charted this not that long ago. Let me see. What are these from? Well, even just on a base daily, it's just stuck inside, but I don't know, I'd have to find the template on that one. I did a measured one. I would just think that any of these lower volatility tech names they're holding up pretty good against the market. So if market starts to hit some volatility, these ones would probably still be a good play. This one, CSCO. Intel, not as much. I feel like Intel right now is kind of taking a breather after such a big move, so that one might be a little bit different, but Oracle and CSCO could be some alternatives, maybe even like IBM. This doesn't look bad though, even just like a base look at this. Looks like that's flagging on like a, I don't know, maybe like an 8-day chart or something. Yeah, do you see that? So maybe you have to watch between the 11th and 21st, which would be, I think, the 16th, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, or maybe today is the mid flip. Yeah, today would be the mid flip. So today you probably would have to see if it kind of stays stuck within that range. That would be like an easy way to measure this, is usually if things want to stay, because this can easily stay active, like as a 3-bar up, you'd probably want to stay above the mid bars. Does that make sense? And then at least close above here. So especially if today's like so that would still be a valid setup. Does that make sense? This is still above this mid bar range, okay? So that could still keep these areas active. That's just like a really, really easy way of looking at things. If you want to swing that till the 21st, when do they report? June? Because from a general chart perspective, that looks like a really nice base. Probably this one also has been flagging on the annual chart, right? And we've hit the 4th bar right now. Oracle's one that's kind of been a continued on the 8-month. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you see that? So this year is a little bit tricky on Oracle just because they're in their 4th bar on an annual chart, but then on these mid frames, like 6 months, 7 months, they're kind of in between. Do you see this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like a 5th bar, which flips July. I mean, if they bring it back around, then there's some odds that they could try to engulf by like end of July or like mid-June, maybe with earnings or something. But yeah, 3-month is a good one to look at too, because this one could be an engulfing setup on a 3-month if they take out that range. I don't know where my template is on it. I'm pretty sure on this one I use mainly the 7-month, 8-month, and like on these flag continuation, and then we also used, I'm pretty sure, the 10 and 11-month, because they had better flag bases like this, the 10-month, and you could use that to kind of measure the range if you want, which is obviously up to you, but kind of like this. And you can also use it to measure the actual range that occurred, which that's the template. I don't know where I put that, but you could easily just measure this. Kind of like this. Okay, like this. So this area here is obviously going to be a pretty big overhead. maybe like right around here, just right down this level. That would make sense. Maybe if they engulfed it or something on that 2-month chart or something, or that 3-month, then that could be the target that they take it to. Like if, or was it this ended up engulfing and they took out this range, that could be the calculated area or something that they take it to in there. So 7438 being back tested. This is pretty rational considering they kept stalling off that 5-9 and 6-1 spot, and specifically 6-6. So this is what could entail a lot more. I don't even really consider it like massive risk, but more so like just recycling of range and making it so that they could reset weekly close, which, or weekly open and weekly close, which is probably the worst for PA today, because that's what could make it so that we're extremely pinnable for the remainder of the session. That's what keeps our neutral spots alive, so 73.99 to 74.11 areas. That's the area that's going to imply the most risk. We open the week at 74.0350. We close the week at 74.20. So one way that you can think of it is it's kind of leaving some risk beneath our 2021 spot, and then some like around here, and then some in here. We'll just mark our 88, and then some upside reward back like up in here, and this is probably like where the zone is, so close to here. Let's see. I know yesterday when we were analyzing things, it was a 16.75 ratio. I mean, Vinci looked at it, so that would make sense, because that's Vinci. I don't know if you're listening. It's exactly 16.75 if they bring it back to weekly OR here, so that's pretty cool, because that was the range we looked at last night. And then if they bring it back above these real-time highs, it's around 8.4, and then this overnight or pre-market high of 7.1 would be right back to like this 8.825. So that confirms that that would be like the upside overhead. This would be like the downside risk back to weekly open, okay? If they really wanted to extend risk on the session today, then that's what would make it so. I think oil just broke, or 101. I don't know if anyone did that. I posted this in the chat like 40 minutes ago. I noticed Apple was holding up really, really good. It's still holding off that 300.52, 300.95. So an extended risk on this could be like the 21, 22 point ratio back to 9899. That would probably be the same thing as ES triggering like these 94 areas, okay? These areas in here. So I think that like measured risk today is pretty straightforward, but the only issue is that they can make it pinnable, okay? That's where things would just kind of get stuck. 32, 33 point in range, I think, is if they were to take this back to 7,500, 7,501, 7,502. 7,509 and 11 was calculated, so I just want to see what kind of range that would be, because I think that's closer to like the 81, 82 areas. And I want to see what the overall risk is from here off 6871 to our close. It's those mid ranges that we've talked about. So that would potentially re-trigger like 73.66. Okay. What were our weekly lows this week? 73.63, right? So do you see how this would be very, very much linked to these open close? Okay. can see that. Do you see this? So like these ratios here from like open close yesterday to these stalls right here offer very calculated spots of 6.8 and 7.1 are basically linked back to this low. Do you see it? It's the same ratio. And I mentioned it this week that market's been moving in mid-core ratios quite a lot. Okay, so I mentioned it yesterday. Like this has kind of been the theme. And especially if we open in the 50s, and especially if we stall in the 50s, and especially if we kind of just keep coming back within the 54, 50. So 7455, we initially stalled 7455 earlier in the week, right? So that was a mid-core range. Then they brought it back up. Then they stalled. We didn't get above 7550. But that's what would be the downside risk. So they're still using like those 50-ish point ratios. A bigger risk would be off of here, like the overall range and highs. These are still core ratios, guys, which makes sense because this is a core spot. Okay, this is a core spot. So this is where bigger risk would come in, and that would be back to like 73.48, 73.49, which is basically retesting that prior low. Okay, like back in here. Do you see it? These low ranges in here. Does that make sense? If they had triggered like max range of 5.5 and 50, which they didn't. These are probably like the 87, 88 point ratios. I think these would be linked back to prior lows. Yeah, they are. Do you see this? Like these would be more linked to if they had triggered the 50 target. Like close to 50, 51. Isn't that interesting? Like look. That would be around that 7336, 7340, 7345. So I do think that this is very measured on both upside and downside. But I feel like they could still kind of keep this stuck in between. So we can maybe look to see like what's the kind of range that they're currently sitting in between. It's around 48 to 50 points, right? So the 51, 52, we could say off 7.1 is still a mid-range. So this is kind of the area that it could still chop around. This is more of like the defined risk, I guess, like in between here. Okay, whereas the extended downside would be in here. And that's what could return us back to basically our 73.20. Isn't that cool? That's insane. That's what could get us back basically to 73.20s. And it's the same way that they could also do that range break and get this to like 73.71 or 75.71. That's on an extreme scenario. That's kind of like the triggers of 75.70s or 73.20s, okay? Anything in between here is what? In between like this orange and yellow zone. We started the week neutral, so think of these as like, even though they're not neutral price points, they're neutral, I guess, ratios from what we're looking at right now based on where we did test, okay? We already know that we've reduced range on the week by roughly at least 10 points, and then that 17 point ratio around here. We talked about this morning. Okay, it was around 16.75 or something like that. That's linked to that 5554 from here, which is also linked to 88. Do you see it? So this is, just show you guys. That's where we'd have to break to get to 88. This is what would happen if they failed here. They'd bring it back to basically our weekly open. It's 16.75, I'm pretty sure. I just didn't realize that where's Vinci? Vinci, that 16.75 would like aside from that bringing us to 5556 and 88, that also is linked to back to 7403 weekly open. That's insane. I didn't even realize that that was the case. That's actually really, really cool. I'm just going to delete these though so that we can see what these areas are. This is off a high to low ratio, okay? To see how it's linked back to an open close. I didn't realize that. Which honestly, it's the same thing as that 17-point ratio that like we have a basis of anyway. Same with that like 34, 44 points, because technically speaking, from here, like where they closed around here to the ideal high breaks of like here, like 5556, those are 32 points. Okay, off of, where did it go? Like the 88 to 89, it's around that 56, 57, okay, 59, which is right around where they opened. And then on the downside, this would be linked basically back to the bottom of the zone. So that would be maybe a more neutralized scenario, is if they somehow did come back and backtest and break down 7420 and then break 7403, they could still hold 7488. Does that make sense? And they would do that if they want to pin the week flat, like around 7403, 7411, 7420, basically reset the weekly open, which was not the best open, but it was okay. Does that make sense, you guys? Like for doing weekly resets? That's why sometimes I feel like people struggle with this quite a bit. But if they still keep trying to hold off 3-1, 3-2, 3-3, then they're still at an odd of getting this back to retest 7-1, which could get us back to 8-8, okay? And I don't know if you guys were paying attention yesterday. I tried so hard to explain it, but I don't really think you guys understood what I meant. I was saying if they fail to get out of the 16th of April ranges, they could easily trigger back the 14th, okay, and the 15th. Okay, are you guys listening? So these are the 14th and 15th. 16th, we can mark in green or something. Okay. We're working in roughly 430, 429, 461 point ratios, right? Those are like the core to core ratios. So when I measured yesterday and like off the like 461, because ideally we want to have like around 461, 463, kind of like what we had when we had those initial breaks, right? Do you see what I'm saying? This is that kind of stall there. That's why we would have wanted 75.50, okay? Because those are the flip days. LI, it's all in the chat. I'm sorry, I'm not even trying to be rude, but I went over this yesterday for an hour and a half. So every single thing is in the chat or recorded on yesterday's Twitch stream. So it just becomes kind of annoying to keep repeating like the same thing. I explained it to Wayne and to Seuss, I think, in the chat yesterday, but they're linked to like the 8 and 10 days, just as like a base theory, like our April 8th flip, our April 14th and 16th flip days. So they're not just random days, they're also linked to these points in time. Okay, so just keep that, I guess, in like the back of your mind. Yeah, just type in the chat. If you type, I think it was Seuss that asked. I'm pretty sure I explained all of it in there, and I even sent him like the charts, because then it just makes it easier than having to kind of go over it again. But that's where these ranges come from. Okay, do you see this? So if we're looking at it, and so same with the 31st, 463. Okay, so I figured that even like on like an open close ratio, that if we don't break a minimum of like 431, 429, which is kind of where they got stuck from open close. Do you see this? They could recycle it back down to the 14th and 15th. So I could say with confidence that these areas are for sure our overheads, okay? Around here. Around the 5550. Where they closed yesterday was quite calculated too, because do you see this? They still tried their best to kind of keep it within like that 431. Do you see what I'm saying? The minimum close I wanted yesterday was 75.20. Okay, 75.21. So where they closed yesterday was extremely calculated because they're still trying to keep that odd in play, but even after stalling or failing to meet like these extended ratios of like 75.50 or 55. What I had mentioned is if they fail, let's say for instance, okay, like off an open ratio. So off an open ratio, we did hit 461. Okay, not off a high ratio though. Does that make sense? So 75.40, that's still a good spot to hit. It's just not, that's off a closed ratio versus a high ratio. So it's still, that's still okay. So those areas are still, they're still important. It's just that they're not going to be enough to keep us going higher, if that makes sense. Okay, so that's what could start re-triggering these ratios in here, like the 430s, okay, for like kind of like this range in here. So like because they closed off the high ratio at 433, you guys listening, 434, I want to see off a closed ratio, okay? So the 433, 434 would be around 75.1250 and 75.1150. Is everyone on the same page? This is based off using those ratios, okay? So I can check first thing overnight that I noticed is, and 75.11 is calculated, but I just want to show you how it corresponds to this open close and this high, okay? Do you see where they stalled last night? Before bringing this further down, okay? So that was a very, very, very important thing to note right here, okay? Around 10 p.m. So I took note of that because I'm like, okay, that means that they could easily come back and now trigger like the opening ratios, right? Especially if they can't get above here, which is getting back above 2.1, 19, 2.3. Do you see what I'm saying? Even this, like a 466 point ratio off our 7057 base that we've been using for a long time is 7523. Okay, this is our 466 point basis. Okay. Where did we close and open? We closed at 7523. That's not a coincidence. That's clearly linked to this. So if you're failing the open close ratio from the 16th now, then you're obviously at a risk of coming back into the 15th ranges, okay? This is where we would have some risk now. I'm just going to keep using the 434 since that's the range we closed in. So that would be around 74.92, okay? 74.92 off our 5.8 and 5.7, because these are basically where our zone support is, okay? Okay, so let's see what happened around the 9192 areas last night. And especially after they already triggered here. So last night they came back. They initially, it looks like they initially held off that 9225. Okay, back in here. Almost the same ratios of where they stalled, 1250. Do you see this? Okay, this is very calculated. This whole thing in here. Okay? And you can go back and review if you want, but I'm just showing you this. Okay, so that automatically triggers that they are going to now be at some pretty big risk, because now this is where if they don't, and look, these are linked to exactly like 429, 431. Do you see it? 429, 431, 429, 431. So I already know that it's pretty easy because I could just use these as my marks, okay? Because they're linked as exactly those spots. If you want to keep using the same theme, which was closer to like 433, 34, then go ahead. It's going to be a little bit higher than that, probably closer to like the 7, I don't know, 7.8, 7.9 or something. So I know for a fact that if we fail to hold basically these ranges in here, which you can see like the volatility, okay, and then you can see how they couldn't get this back above 8892 in here, then we're for sure gonna have a risk of basically coming back down to the 15th ranges, okay? So off of here, these ranges would have been closer to, I'm just showing you what they are so you guys can see them. Like the 430, 429 are 7488. Okay. Off the 16th, 429 points is around 7486. So basically in those 80s. Okay, that would have been a very, very strong area to see if they can retrace and defend, especially after already breaching in here. Do you see what they did? Is that a pretty strong failure here, you think, of this spot? Yes, okay, so I already knew that they can come back and re-trigger my 7460s for starters. Like, that's a very, very big area, so kind of like this range in here. At a minimum, because that would be off my 461. Okay, do you see what I'm saying? My 466. So that's going to be around my 64, 63. Okay, like around this area here, 65. Do you see what I'm saying? This area is going to be the first range to trigger if they can't sustain. Okay, so I already knew that I'd have some pretty strong support around there. I already had 75. 74, 54, 75, 74, 66, 74, 61 were previous support from the night before that I mentioned if they don't come back and break, then they could easily just sustain there. So if you want to mark this area here is the 460 to 461. It's around 74, 75. Okay. This range in here. If you want to use the exact range they stalled, which was 451, okay, then you could. That's going to be around our 5.4, 5.5, 5.6, 5.7, this range in here, okay? Like right around in here. But you pretty much can tell that this area was a mass support, like in the 54 to 65 area, basically the means, correct? Like especially in here. And even off the 6.6, which is close to where they open. So that doesn't leave me much room, does it? Let's see what happened around 6.2, 6.4. Okay, they clearly tried holding, right? This morning. Yes, okay, where did they try bringing it back to? That 8.788 stalled. Okay, as soon as they stall there, they bring it back to 5.2, and this is what triggered our 3.839, but I want to show you that that's because it's re-triggering our ranges basically from, you can measure the 430, 429 point range. Do you see what I'm saying? Look at that. 429 points from that is 7420.75. That's our extremely calculated spot, okay? So we're already at risk because they technically did tag it, okay? But do you see how that comes into play? So I have a ton of support around these areas here. And that's just off the low. Off the open range, then it's kind of closer to my 74.31 to 33, which they initially tried their best to hold, okay? 7433. This is off the closing ratio from the 14th. So 7533 or 7433. This area here. Okay, and then this area in here, same thing, 33. Okay, if we want to do off of 431 point range, it's going to be around 35. You get what I'm saying, okay? So is that area a huge, 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 huge support? Off highs from the 14th, it's going to be around our 3.8, okay? So this area here is around 3.839. What do you guys think? So they stall here, hold here. Let's look at it on a 1 minute. It's a bit easier to see. They hold 6.1, 6.3. They stall 8.7. They come back down. They fail 7.6, which is technically previous day's opening closing range. Then they bring it down. They initially try their best to hold off 3.5. Okay. And 3.3. The first thing I noticed that they did is, I didn't mark all of the 50s in here because there's quite a bit, but 5.475, 5.8, and 5.9, these areas are calculated. Do you see what they did here? They tried their best to hold off 3.3, 3.4, 3.5. They took it back to 5.4, 5.8. They didn't take it out to 6.1, 6.4 though. I feel like this is where the reduction started to happen, kind of like right in here. And I feel like this is what kept that downside still applicable. Okay, so then they came back and retested and they basically broke it back up. So I'm like, okay, that's good. If they broke this up, then we have odds of getting that 5-point extension. A lot of this is why they're kind of stalling in here. Then they took it up to 7.1. Did us tagging 7.1 really, really reduce risk? And by reduce risk, I mean give us a high probability of holding 21 on the first attempt. Thank you so much, Rob. This condition in here, okay, being met, really, really, really helped us have good odds to hold those 74.20s, okay? No, we needed 6.9 and 7.1. 7.2, 7.4 was in the past. That's not applicable to these ranges. But a lot of this kind of came from like the differentials in between where they stalled, like overnight. So there's still a difference of like, remember how I said like the market basically stalled like close like to 10.5 points off the 50? That would have been our 6.9. Do you see it? So a lot of that is also coming in from like them stalling 75.40 versus taking it a little bit higher. Same with like these ranges in here, like around 2.5. Same with these ranges in here. Do you see what I'm saying? Like a lot of this has to do with us stalling 75.40. It tends to be like a recycled sort of PA, if that makes sense. Okay? But I'm just trying to break down the calculated ranges, okay? Like I want you guys to try understanding this. So then they open the session off 75.50s after holding 74.30s in pre-market, which is good because then I wanted us to just immediately test 2-1 though. That was the first thing I said this morning is I just want to test 2-1 and see if they hold, okay? Because that's a huge spot for us in general. Not aside from any of this happening, that's a really big area for us. And if they hold that, I want to see if they come back and retest 6.6, 6.9, 7.1. So where they're currently sitting right now, are these calculated areas that they could pin the close? Between 2.1, 3.3, 3.5, 3.8, 4.2, 5.2, 5.4, 5.8. Yes, they can keep it stuck here all day. The market doesn't owe us anything after already testing 75.20 and 75.40, okay? It doesn't owe us anything. The 75.20s were our max ranges for the week. If they want to keep it stuck in this area here, they definitely can. They don't have to do anything above and beyond this. It just kind of can reset the week. If they really, really wanted to extend risk down, that's where there's a lot. This is too much risk. Do you see this? Because if they break down 430 points from here, they have no choice but to fill down the 14th. Do you get what I'm saying? Does that make sense to you guys? That's what would put back our previous lows. Look at this. Do you see this? That's what would put these ranges back in play. Okay? Back to like the 73.60s, 73.50s, 73.40s. Kind of like this range in here. Or even like the zone holds in here. Like around here. I think this is linked to 88. Yeah, it is. Okay, so that would be linked back to 73.88, 73.86, 73.57. Does that make sense? So it might not even trigger like your full range, but it could re-trigger your weekly lows. Weekly lows currently are the 73.63. So yes, it could re-trigger that range in there. So that's why they could just turn it around and make it pinnable. If they really wanted to extend this back, I would think that they have to start breaking back over at least the high ranges from the 15th, which the high ranges from the 15th would mean that they'd have to get this back at least over 74.95. So that would still be a little bit harder, at least over the low ranges of the 16th, which are closer to the 7475, 7477. Does that make sense? Like this here, this 7476, 747750, that's the 431 point range off the 16th lows. Okay, so if they want to have lows sustained and they wanted to do something like that, it's basically the same thing as them bringing it back to the previous open. Does that make sense? Like none of that's a coincidence. That's all pretty calculated in here. That's what would reduce risk, is them bringing it back above 71, 76, 77. Okay, and that's linked to lows. Okay, so just think about it from a logical standpoint. If it's linked to lows and they bring it back to here, that means lows are in. Does that make sense? That's implying that the lows are in. They don't want to test lower than that. Okay? And if they bring it back to here, that's what could push it back to 8894, so on and so forth. So that's why this 7776, 778 area is pretty heavy, because if they did something like that, then they have to commit to coming back again and trying to basically break these ranges here, which is getting it back into the zone. That would be getting it back to 8894. And from a very basics objective, that's the same thing as us getting back to those overnight lows, okay? Before the structure actually broke in here. Right? Because this is before it actually fully broke. Does that make sense? This is very clean. And in my opinion, this is pretty easy to measure because we already know what our ratios are. Because if they did something like that, then they could bring it back the 460 point range. And if they brought it back 460 point range, then that's how you could end up retesting your 7520s. Okay? And specifically off like these ranges in here. That's what would take you back to your previous open close ratios in here. And at the midpoint would be around that, like I said, the 74, 75.10, 75.11. Okay? These ranges in here. We already kind of talked about that, but does that help you understand price action a little bit better and like the ranges? None of where they take these things to is ever a coincidence. Like every single aspect of it is quite calculated. And I knew that when they were testing those 30s in pre-market, I'm like, they have to test the 20s. Like, there's no way that they would test 30s and not 20s. Okay, like that has to be tested. If they hold the 20s, then we have a pretty good odd here. And mainly because they tested 7-1. So I was okay testing 20s because I'm like, oh, they could easily hold here. And we also closed at 75.50s. That means they could hold core. Using base theory, they could hold. So far, really good holds off our 74.33. And right before mid-session. So my logic for this afternoon was I want to see if we can try re-tagging 7466, 7471, and then obviously that 7476, 7477 by mid-session. Okay, this is what's going to give us odds of getting potentially back into the zone this afternoon of 7488. Or at the very least, making it at least pinnable in these ranges here versus down in here, okay? But in order to avoid staying stuck in here, I do think that we have to break these ranges by mid-session. I feel like otherwise they'll keep it stuck. And they'll keep recycling these spots in here. And yeah, in base theory, this is just a core-to-core move. Right? Like if we're using just my base metrics, this is literally just a core close to a core break. Like and 75.20s was calculated, so was 74.21. So to me, this is very easy. And then basically a channel hold or channel stall in here, channel holds in here. Okay? That's another reason why they could kind of keep it stuck in here. If this is a core close, core hold, they could just keep it within these core ranges in here in the white. Apple's holding pretty nicely off that 300.52. Okay, so everyone is like understanding of the move because none of it is random, and my biggest pet peeve is when like we get a reversal, especially after hitting like a max range on the week, and then people act so surprised, like as if it's not something that's already factored in. Like this is something that it's already factored in since the beginning of the week. We had a neutral opening week that could easily keep you directional on both sides, especially if you're hitting both ends, and we haven't broken any major range, so it's not anything crazy that happened. There's maybe only ever been like 1 or 2 times where we've hit a range that, you know, that maybe kind of shocked me or something. Like if it was something that was completely out of line or something, you know what I mean? And that would have been like a massive catalyst. But for the most part, almost everything is usually pre-calculated. Anyway, I hope you guys had a good week though to kind of end the week off. It was honestly a really, really good week, and specifically even on like on our poet swing trade, like this thing went nuts. This thing netted a 3,000% return this week. So I just actually can't even believe it went all the way to 26 overnight. We'll see if this thing can come back to probably that 2040 mark, I think was the big overhead. So far it's kind of struggling in between, but it seems to be a later day breaker. Apple, Microsoft have been a little bit stronger than ES today, so probably worth kind of keeping note of because those are helping the market sustain a little bit here too. What was the exact open this morning? 74.59.50. Okay, we have mid-session coming up here. I haven't measured any time intervals, but I guess I could. The thing is that low is usually just linked to close. So like this low at 9:47, that's linked to like end of session. So I mean, we could maybe look at like a mid-session break. Let's see. I think it would be around mid-session. That would make sense. So kind of close to like 124-ish. Just, I do want to watch though for like real-time midpoints, just because I want to see what odds we'd have for the actual real-time session. I think they would be like right now, like around mid-session one. Yeah, right in between here. So this would be a really good time to start seeing some structure breaks. Otherwise, they could keep us stuck this afternoon, okay? Jot down 1238 between the 1252 to 1256 period. And then between 121 to 124 p.m. So I just want to reset this real quick. I haven't really looked at anything off a high ratio, but I would imagine that we'd need something linked to our 7-1 stall at 6:52 this morning. 6:52 this morning is going to be probably pretty close to what's coming up. 193, 386. That's also 118, so that's very close to that period. That's just kind of linked closer to that 7-4-7-1 stall. These stalls here in real time today around 10:21, 10:23, 10:24. I'll just check quickly. There's some flags that formed. Kind of see like the exhaustion on these. Most of these run till 2, I think. So these are kind of a bit later extensions. I don't really want to wait that long though to retest those ranges. But I guess that could be an extension if worst case scenario they didn't clear or break in time. Yeah, because a lot of those are durational till end of session, 10:23. Like most of those don't even flip till end of session. Because 23 could account for a 24 flip. 41, 82, 123. So 108. 41, 82. The 82 minutes. So 108 p.m. could be like a extended odd before that 118 to 124 window. 123. These are the extended ones around like 2:30, which I really don't want them to wait till like 2:30 to see like a structure break. That would really suck. Mainly 108. And then this is the one that keeps us at risk until end of day today, okay? This is linked to our stall of 6-6. Okay, I feel like we should probably note this. This doesn't flip till 3:48, so we have odds to take out lows by end of day if they do not clear during mid-session, okay? So I think this is linked to 7366 stall, 7466 stall, sorry. Okay. I think this helps us get all of our odds in play. We could also maybe measure some of the median points between here, between like 321, 348, 350, which I think makes sense because obviously 350 and 348 are some end of day volatility windows in general, but if we see what the median range is between there and here, so I just want to see if it's anywhere close to our window that we have. That's like roughly 163 to 165 minutes, so it would be around here, like around that 104. Do we have auctions or anything this afternoon? And then between here, I just want to measure from the actual close. $168. So it is that 1 p.m. window for sure in between here. Okay. So do you guys understand that logic? Not breaking during mid-session is what can keep us at risk of retesting lows by end of session today. Around 348, 350 to 4 o'clock. So there is a pretty big risk into end of day today if they don't get this moving. Mid-session right now for the real-time session is coming up. 12:38 was the first flip. 12:52 was these are calculated ones, so 12:52 was calculated. So was the 12:56. And then what did we say was calculated here between 121 and 124? It was like this whole window here. Was that it? Because I deleted everything else. I think that was it. So let's see, this is probably the first window to try maybe retagging OR and our 745475 range. $12.45 is the real-time mid-session. I usually just watch this window anyway, but it seems like today's odds are more linked to the actual session, mid-session, which is 115, but the window is between 104, 108, and then 121 to 124. So what do you guys think? Do you think that they have odds of clearing here for these calculated windows, or do you think that they're going to stall this afternoon and keep us stuck? So clear 7466, 7471 by the 12:52 to 1:24 p.m. window. I'll set that for 5 minutes so you guys have a chance to vote. I'm just going to make coffee and use the washroom before this period comes up, okay? Hey, sorry guys, I was talking to my mom. What did they end up doing? So basically brought it back to OR. I mean, that's not bad for mid-session, but that doesn't really reset us for mid-session. It's kind of just keeping us exactly where we started, like off the open. If you think about it like this, for real, because this is real-time mid-session right here. Does that make sense? Like they didn't really change anything. If anything, they opened us a tiny bit lower. But odds are closer to that 1252 to whatever window we said, 1256. I just marked these because these are the generic mid-session, but we'll see if they actually break during this window here. We could watch also, obviously, 1 o'clock. What did you guys vote on for the poll? I didn't see the results. No? So majority don't think that they'll clear 6-6 during this window here. They are reducing range a little bit so far. Like this is for sure a reduction here. 4.75 I think is close to like that 6.2, 6.3. I might have to finish early today too. I forgot that I have an appointment this afternoon too. Reductions coming in off that calculated time of 12:52. That's something that I would definitely note because this is the period that if they really want to exhaust this a little bit and reduce odds of getting those clearance breaks during this period, then they can. That would have for sure been a 6-6 break, probably closer to like 7, 6, 7, 6, 8 in here. I don't know if you guys can see that. I want to see if they're linked to these target ranges in here. I didn't like that they didn't open at least near opening range off that 1245 to 1248 window. So just be a little bit careful here because they definitely reduced range ahead of that window, even just by where they opened and closed this. It wasn't bad. It was still above 5.4, but beneath that 5.950, which is where they opened today. Hence reducing range during this 1252 to 1256 period. And if anything, them reducing range here could also just keep this delayed through this window in here. And then we have those odds to really, really delay all the way through 2 and 230, which would be worst case scenario. So we'll see if they bring this back around. I think some conditions to clearing it, though, they would have had to at least retag real-time open during this period for real-time mid-session and probably at least tagged 6-1. So you see this range reduction during this period, you guys? This is supposed to be a period that can basically trigger range. So 15 points already, that would have been a break to like 7-2, 7-3. So I know that that period is definitely there for like probability odds, but and that's a 1, 2, 3, 4. That's like a 3 bar down, 4th bar potential exhaustion. We'll see if 5, 6, 7, I guess, kind of turn it around. The higher odds seem between here, like the 110, 112 through 118, 121, 124, but we'll have to see. Trades like this always make it too so that people just get completely chopped up, right? Because it makes it very, very, very hard when you're getting like all this back and forth like that. That usually happens during OPEX anyway, but these types of ranges in specific, like above 2-1, 7-4-2-1, but beneath 6-6, is kind of where we're stuck right now. So it's kind of like here, but beneath here. And we won't really get any range breaks until one end clears, so. 7,500s before end of session, like real-time session or actual session. For real-time session, they better get back over 7-1 during mid-session, otherwise there's no way that that's possible. Like if they don't even clear 6-6 or 7-1 during like this period here, that's going to be extremely hard to get to 7,500 in real time. But I would say if they can get over here in real time, then yes, there's like a slight probability that they could do that in real time, or maybe after the close. But this is the period that they really have to kind of show up and show some sort of relative strength, I guess, in terms of like not giving up this range. So we'll see. Okay, let's do one more poll. I didn't really think that we had high odds before one here, but there were some odds between that 108 to clear 7466 between 108 p.m. to 124 p.m. I'll set that for 5 minutes too. The main issue with this too is all the reduction sticks that we keep getting. Because that obviously doesn't help. On a base theory basis too, we pretty much want to get away from the channel, just on a base theory, for the second half. Does that make sense? Because as long as you're stuck between, whenever you get like mid-zone channel, like when you get more than one area basis, so this would be like an upper core zone channel to mid-means basis, like you're kind of going back and forth in between 3 to 4 different areas, okay? That usually creates a lot of back and forth price action. So at the very least, you probably want to be at least over the channel by 1, so above 7449, 7450 on this stick. Like you want to get out of this beige box, basically, okay? So that would help you potentially at least avoid coming back into the channel for the second half of the session. And that way your 74, 32, 38, 44, 48, they could just kind of be factored in already. And then you'd move on to this kind of range in here instead. But so far it's still pretty weak. Nice. Noticed oil is still turning back around here too. Hasn't really weakened yet. So 1 o'clock closed above 50. Not really above 5.4 or 5.6 or 5.8, but at least above the 4.950 or the channel, which is okay. What do we have happening at 1? I think we had some numbers coming up, but that was basically it. This was the latest. Tesla's kind of just hanging off that 423 support. This is probably worth noting. I'm going to post this in the Tesla thread, okay? Where's Tesla? Tesla 423 calculated support. Can you guys vote, please? Come on, I set that for 5 minutes and 2 people voted. That's insane. This is the period that's going to give us odds of maybe getting to 7488 today, okay? Otherwise, if they don't clear during this period, I would say with certainty that we'll probably stay stuck and keep recycling range back and forth until end of session today. There were some odds, like very late, around like 2:30, but I feel like us staying stuck that long, that's just going to really kill off premiums. And then they could also keep that bear probability in play of taking out or retesting lows to take it back to weekly OR of 7403 by end of session today if they don't clear these ranges. That was off that 3-bar down pattern that we noticed that flips at 348. So let's see here, because these would be the final odds today. I took positions super lightly today just because I figured that PA might be a little bit slow, especially if they don't keep pushing here. That was a really good call by LI to cover a lot up there in case they stall and keep this kind of sideways. They also had that probability when they held 4.2, 4.4 to try pushing in here, and then again they recycled range down back to 3.1, 3.3. So there has been a lot of recycling of range so far. So this window I think is between 108, 110, 112, and then mid-session's 115, and then those calculated times were at 121 through 124, but there is a flip at 118. This is a flip, so let me just mark this in a different color. This is mid-session. These were just some early odds, but I think the period's around 107 to 108. It's around this period in here. So maybe see if they can reset the opening conditions around this point in time. I'm just going to clear this up just so that we only have just where we open today marked in here, like off these structure breaks. This is the opening stick. These are the high ranges, because this is what we couldn't really clear back in here. So we'll see if it gets some better structure breaks off these points in the session today. And it would be as early as, I think we said 108. right? And then mid-session is 112. There's a flip at 118. I'll make that black, and then these calculated points were at 121 through 124. I could be off by timing, but that was the best window from what I saw. So we'll see. Are you guys ready? Let's see, let's see. So far, 745475 tagged, and ahead of this 108 window. There could be an odd at 107. I manually calculated that. I don't know if it was 107, 108, but it's within this window here. I just want to see if they can at least retest, retag at the very least the opening range, okay? To reset OR, which is 745950. Maybe closer to like the 61, 62, and then see if we can try retesting 7464, 7466. This looks a lot more progressive than this did back in here. What do you guys think, since only 3 people voted? What do you think they'll trigger during these points in time? This is also mid-session too for the actual session, so regardless, it's still a very important period for the market today, even into end of day and end of session close. So I had 108 as the earliest odd for an OR retest. Real-time OR retest, okay? In between this window here. It was like 108 to 110. Real-time OR is 7459. I don't know if I have that marked. Yeah, I do. 0.5. What are your thoughts, you guys? Come on. Tesla holding off really nicely off that 423.39. This is that 32-point calculated range on Tesla. That's a good stick through 426. The 108 through 110, 112 window was the better odd for trying to retag, reclaim opening range for the session today, which will keep those probability odds alive for 746466 retest by that 115, 118 through 124 period. So far they're stalling a little bit here. Oh, they're trying last second. Let's see. What do you guys think? Let me just mark the, I know it's not one of the opening ranges, but I want to mark that 5475 just because that's our calculated spot. I just want to see if they try holding above this range during this time, because I feel like losing 5.4 is probably what would cause this to stall here. Okay, so right now they're trying to hold off 5475 and trying to trigger 5950. So it's kind of like this is the overhead. Losing this would basically take you back to here. So they're right in between, basically. Okay. Well, if you guys have no thoughts, then you probably shouldn't be trading. If you have zero thoughts on how this could trade, you probably should not be trading. I'm just saying. What was the high range on this? 5.8? So 5.8 is probably the first area they have to take out, like 5.8, 0.25, 0.50 or something. Oh, this is the earliest window, these blue marks. That's still a very compressed range though. I need to be very, very, very alert today, obviously, because if we stall, we could just come back and sell off. So I have to manage my positions today because I don't want to get stuck on an OPEX Friday or something like that. So if I go quiet for a bit, I'm probably just managing my stuff. Where did that go? So kind of like the channel holds. Channel exit for 1, so you can kind of see that they're in the means, but they're still struggling at mid-means, which is the 5.8. And in today's case, that's the opening range. So between 108 and 112 had the odds of retesting today's open, okay, at the very least. And then this period here had odds of testing or retesting the 6.4 to 6.6. So far they're stalling. That would be like right here, I think. Yep, this area here. Like the last seconds, I guess, of 112. Did they trigger that 2.5? How come the alert didn't go off? They triggered it, but no break. This is what I mean when I say compressed range. This is exactly what I mean when I say like they can make things very, very compressed this afternoon. So they have it basically stuck right beneath 5.9, right above 5.4. And this is what can keep it very, very, very stuck, especially if they don't break range during mid-session this afternoon. So this window here was the better odd, like this window in here, but I wanted to at least see if they'd at the very least retest opening range by like the 108 to 112 window. I mean, 5.8 is not bad, but that doesn't really change what they did during this period here. So we just don't want to have another reduction period like we did right here, right? Like after that 4.4, 4.5 period. And specifically off our 52, 56, 55 marks. Okay. Mid-session coming up here in 15 seconds. We'll see if they can, at the very least, try getting back to 5.9, 5.950 for 115. At least so it can reset that opening range. And then keep those odds in play for this extended period between 118 and 124. Otherwise, they can basically do exactly what they did back here and back here. That's a reduction stick. And right back to that 5450, 5475 too. 3-point break would have for sure taken out that 5950 and 60 spot. So that's really not the best area to take it back to for mid-session. I mean, it's still above 5.4, which is okay, but I would have preferred that they at least tried retagging or retesting 5.950. The only reason why this could be okay is because we do have a calculated window today that's closer to this period here, which can do what? Otherwise, I would say to completely cover off that failure. What's the one thing that's giving us some odds here? An extension of it's not, it wouldn't really even be a negation because this is a generic window, okay? So there's, based on today's conditions, there's still an open window, right? So the only reason why that they could still leave odds in play is because there's still an extended period of what? Of time. Okay. Of time, you guys, time. There's still time. This is the actual period today for today's session versus this period here, which is generic, okay? Even though 115 obviously still matters, that's still linked to end of session today, but based on today's highs, lows, open, close, it's linked to 121 to 124, okay? I would be way more concerned if we didn't break range or broke down range during this period of time. It's crazy, Ryan, because every single time I ask a question about time, it's never the answer that anyone ever says. And it's like, that's my whole concept. So, like, how is that never anyone's answer? Like, ever. It's always going to be time. If I'm asking you a question like that, it's because of time. It's because this is the calculated time. Okay, not this period here. Okay, between 118 and 124 is going to be the higher probability odd, okay? If we didn't trigger by this period of time, then I'd be concerned, okay? If we reduce range during this period of time, then I'd be concerned. And maybe not even to trigger 6-6, but at least if we don't even retest like OR. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, we haven't even retested opening range yet. That's a huge concern if they don't do it by this period. Do you guys agree? Like, just from a base theory, even if you know absolutely nothing about trading or timing or calculated price, it's more so of like the fact that this is the midpoint in the session and we haven't re-triggered opening range. We're just lucky because we happen to know the exact time it has to do it by, right? So this is the exact time it has to do it by. There's that first break of 58.25, 58.75 tagged. We'll see if we can trigger 59.50 here for 121. This is what can give us those retests of 6-1, 6-2, 6-3, and potentially 6-6. I feel like at the very least at this point, we just have to at least try re-triggering opening range, because that's going to be a huge issue if they can't do that during this time interval here. 130 and 136 are generic flips for the market. which I'm sure could be today, but these were more calculated for like opening range breaks and then potential retest of real-time highs, okay? So I really want to see if they at the very least trigger 5950. There it is. 7460 being tagged here ahead of that 121. This period here had the highest odds of retesting, retagging opening range and potentially retesting 7464 and 7466. Okay, let me focus so I don't miss any exits just in case they stall or do some stupid shit. I set alerts for I think every single spot here, so I think 6-1 should trigger off that. That was very hard to hold through though, even for me, because it's so late and it's not very much range. But I guess we'll see what happens here in these 3-4 minutes. At least they reach. Look at where they opened, guys. At like that's insane. Look at where they opened at 121, 745975. That's crazy. Like they opened and closed right off where opening range was. Okay, 746175 being retested here. Just be very careful, you guys. You can obviously take some off if you want. If you're more open to risk, then you can hold on. But we have entries off 7420, so if you don't have entries like that, then just be a little bit more cautious, because if they want to stall at this point in the day, that's what could keep us delayed again, like I said, through that one, I forget what it was, I think it was 150 through 230 window. This is just at least keeping odds in play for end of session today, okay? We'll see if we get a trigger off 6-2. I don't know. Thanks, Eddie. What do you guys think? You think they'll trigger 6466, or you think they're going to stall this? I hope we just get like a stick break and then I can just call it a day. Oh. 6-4 triggering. I took some off just in case. I took 2 contracts off. We'll see if we get that 6-6 tag or not off 124. I think this made it way easier though. So this is OR. These were odds to retag OR and retest high a day. This is OR. And this is the period here. And this is, these are highs, right? These areas here. These are the highs. All-time highs. Okay. I don't think that gets any more straightforward than that. Nice work, guys, if you were patient with me. That was very, very hard to hold through. 74.65 being retested here off 124. We'll see if we get continuation through. There's usually odds between 130 and 136, but this was the better window to retag opening range and then to retest our high of day. So right around here, at least that 7466. 746550 being retested here off 124. It's so close. 746575. That's insane. That is crazy. Do you guys see? Oh my god. Do you see where they tagged the last second, you guys, of 124? That is crazy. That's a to the second trade again. Look at that. That is nuts. Look at this. Do you guys see this? That's a to the second. That's crazy. Do you see what they did the final second? You guys, that is crazy. That's what keeps that 6-9 in play. Look at that. They did it the final second. Do you know how insane that is? That is crazy. 7466 tagged final second of 1:24 p.m. and 1:25 pushed 7469. 7469, 7471 in play here still. Especially on that. Are you guys okay if I clear this up now? Because we should be able to get a 7-1 retest. I just want my chart back though. I just kind of want to guide you guys through the hardest point in the session today. So that being tagged during these points in time here, definitely make it so that we have odds to basically potentially get into the zone today. It could be hard. A lot of it's going to be based on what they do around these periods here. And at these price points off 7466, 7469, 7471. And that is also, yeah, 7450 SPX. So really, really, really good job on that trade, you guys. Did the YouTube people capture that? It made it really hard to hold through, but it made for a great trade. I mean, honestly, though, I don't really care what they do at this point because we just made 250% off a 74.21 hold to 74.71. So whatever they decide to do at this point, I don't really care. If they want to give us that extra extension, make sure you guys take something off in here. By the way, if you went long off the 74.20s with me or even off the 30s, this is still a really, really big spot, I think, to de-risk. Okay, so just be very cautious of these areas. What's the big area that we have to trigger based on that calculated theory that we discussed earlier? Which is what could get us to 74.88, 74.90. Don't get this wrong. What's the big spot above 7469, 7471? That's going to re-trigger potentially the zone. And that's why I think they could stall here a little tiny bit before maybe pushing. What's the big spot? And we discussed it earlier in depth when we went over the range scenarios. What's the big area that Oh yeah, we already talked about this. So Phantom, I don't know if you're in the Discord or not. Today had odds to have an outside day, but there's very specific conditions that have to be met for that to be the case. Remember what I was telling you earlier? If they don't clear opening range at a minimum and at least 6671 during this period here, those odds are pretty low. Okay, so because they did clear at least our minimum ranges at this period in time, that would still mean that we have odds of getting back to the zone, maybe back to like 7488, 94, so on and so forth. But a lot of that's going to be relative to how well now they sustain above 54, 58, 61. Okay, use the visual that I posted on Substack. If you guys don't have it. But honestly, like, I don't really expect much more than this because the calls we picked up went from a low of like 80 to 90 cents all the way up to like 220. So whatever they want to do at this point is fine by me. We had really good entries off those 20s. Okay, so 74, 76, 74, 77 is huge, okay? That was the next big spot, which is, it happens to be aligned with where they opened and closed the day before, but it's also that 430, 460 point range. Because remember what we were saying earlier, if they want to bring this back out of the 16th from here, where's the 16th? Okay, do you see what I'm saying? They have to bring it back over here, correct? And them holding here and bringing it back at least above here this afternoon is basically what's preventing them from coming back to retest the lows, okay? So these areas here breaking ahead of noon or ahead of mid-session, and then in here, okay? Right in here, okay? These all give us odds. Are you looking? Look at these structure breaks and base, especially here at this point in time. These all give us odds to basically come back into the 16th range, which is what we want to do, right? We want to come back into this bar so that we're no longer in this bar, okay? To get out of that bar, we have to obviously get back above these ranges in here. And at least the lows of the 16th. The lows of the 16th means we have to get back above 74, 69, 74, 77. Okay. Do you see what I'm saying? Because once you trigger that, then you'll at least be back in play to retest, retrigger your open close ratios at a minimum, which would take us back to 7488, 7490. And potentially maybe back to our 7411, 7412. You know what, actually? That's a really good observation here, hey? If they want to make this a neutral to neutral week, can someone write this down, please? Brendan, can you write this down? Or anyone in here, someone write this down. This is very important. If they wanted to make this a neutral to neutral type of week, because we opened in a neutral zone, so just base theory, we opened in a neutral zone this week, okay? So we opened in this yellow box range. I know it's very hard to see, but we opened in here, okay? If they wanted to make this a neutral to neutral type of week, and they wanted to extend range, as opposed to taking it back to like 75.20s and 50s, another scenario they could do, if they take it out of core ranges and out of the zone, is they could keep it around our 75.06, 75.10, 75.13. Okay, that's another scenario that they could end up doing. And that would be the same thing as the 461 to 466 point ranges off April 16th lows. Okay, it's the same exact thing. And off the April 16th open. So 75.12, 50, 75.11, 50, 75.06. These are all linked to open close ratios off that date. An extended range would be like maybe 75.17, 75. That could be like them trying to get it back to like the 75.21, 22 close, but maybe not quite as much. And then obviously the best case scenario would be pushing back to 75.22, 75.23, which is right back to where we closed the session. And that only could be a probability based on where we closed yesterday and where we held today, since we had an opening or a closing range of 75.23 and 75.22 and a hold of 74.21. A lot of it's going to be based on those specific ranges, but that they could easily take it back to this area if they can clear the zone. I think probably by like that 2:30 window. I feel like if we're not near the zone by that time, then probably not. And at the very least to retest this 7-6 to 7-7 area. These are going to be like the bigger areas to break this afternoon, okay? And those would be our odds. Hopefully someone wrote that down, but okay, so those could be some probabilities. This is only if they can clear 7-6-7-7, because again, that would be clearing off the lows, okay, from the 16th. If they can't even clear off the lows off the 16th, we're still going to stay stuck within these ranges, okay? So they'd have to clear that 430, 431 point range, which is 7477, 7476. So this would have to clear this, which would basically clear the lows. That would ensure that they want to get out of the 16th low range. Which is basically taking us back to yesterday's previous open and lows, okay? It's kind of common sense. Like these areas from yesterday are our calculated spots. So like 7-1 is not a coincidence that was the previous day's lows, okay? Neither is the 7-4, 7-5, or 7-6 close. Like those are all very calculated areas, but the exact ratio is close to 7-7-2-5. So as long as they keep us beneath here, we don't have odds to extend, okay? And in terms of timing basis, let's see, since we met our conditions during our calculated points in time, which was during this period here and here, okay, we probably could measure the midpoints between here and end of session today, just to kind of see what probabilities we still have for the afternoon. So maybe 78 minutes or so. I think it's going to be around that 2:30 window, like I was saying before. And as I mentioned earlier, I would still be a little bit cautious around the 7-1, 6-9. That's the first area that you have to take some sort of cover, because if they wanted to increase volatility, it would for sure be around this point in the day here. So there's some odds around that 236 to 242 window. But this was really impressive what they did in here. I'm going to start cleaning some of this up. What was that one time frame that we looked at earlier this morning? Do you guys remember? I really liked it, but I don't remember what it was. Like, I know that off the lows there wasn't really many odds, but we could watch the 22, 43, 86. I think that's what we were looking at earlier. 22. Yeah, you could use this because that includes the 25, 125 because that flipped. So 148, 210. What did we say? 22, 43. That's the 121, 204, and then 86. So this would potentially go on to its fourth bar here, okay? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 204. So we do have an extended period here around 2 to 204 and 210. Let me just send this to you guys. This one is like silently making a turnaround, by the way. I noticed off our 357 spot, it held super nicely. and broke back over 360, 364, 370. The next big trigger on that would be 378, and then that's what could bring it back to like that 390, 394. I'm just going to set some alerts on this because I still have those calls for next week. I'm going to decide if I want to hold them or not. Okay, anyway, I hope this helped you guys today. This honestly wasn't an easy session, but at least we knew the conditions that had to be met that could get us to where we want to basically come back to. My only concern is that beneath 7-1, 6-9, 7-6, 7-7, could they keep this pinnable? This is where a lot of traders tend to end up getting like overly biased, especially on like OPEX days like this. Is this enough to be a pinnable type range? If they decide they want to stall, reduce range. So them reducing range right here is fine. That's the same thing as them having reduced range in here, because I had better odds in here. So if they want to reduce it here, that's okay. I'd be more concerned if they were reducing it around here or in here, okay? So far this overall reduction I think is close to like 8 points. 9, so again, that would have likely triggered back over like 7-7, 7-8. Okay. Do you see what they're doing? This delay here is stalling 7-7, 7-9, which is probably okay only because we have odds closer to 148, 159, 204, 210. I would mainly be concerned if we started, let's say, failing range or like breaking range or something like that. Okay. Try not to overtrade today's session too. That's why I tried making you guys hold on as long as you could so that you don't cover too early and then chase it after. Because that's how a lot of people get killed on sessions like this, is they don't hold long enough and then they hold too long. Does that make sense? Or then they sell early and then they start buying back when it starts breaking a calculated range, but then not realizing that that's an area that it could stall. So then they end up getting chopped up and it goes back and forth, back and forth. So just be very mindful of these things, okay? Where do you guys think that they'll take this to? I think that because they took out 6-9-7-1, I still think we have some odds of getting a zone entry today. Like, I don't think that those odds have been taken away yet. I would say that they'd get taken away if we come back down into the channel, like back to 4-4, 4-8, 3-8. That, then I would say with confidence that that odd is completely gone. But I feel like above 5-5, 5-6, those odds are still in play. But we just have, basically right now, the main issue is they need to take out this range in here, but they're still sustaining this range in here. Do you see it? So this is where they're sustaining above 5-4. This is how much range they're still beneath 7-7. So they're kind of right in between right here. So risk hasn't increased nor decreased. Like, this is a very calculated range to kind of keep this in, okay? Especially on like a 7-1 stall, but 5-4 hold. And now they're holding 6-1 like I was saying before. So kind of like this area in here. Off like 6-9. 5-4. Okay. So this is where I would say it would start getting a bit risky, and then this is where risk would heavily increase, okay? Would be back in here, because this is what would take it back into the channel. Does it help marking colors like this? Like, I don't know if it helps you guys or not, but I feel like sometimes people just understand things better if I shade things for some reason. But So this area in here, okay, is what would help keep upside in play. And then that's what could get us basically to these upper core ranges and maybe into the zone. So you can kind of look at this like this. And these aren't exact ranges, I'm just giving you like an idea, okay? So this is still a good spot to be in because they're still holding 6-1, 6-3. But once we start basing above 6-8, 6-9, 7-1, then you'll have a much better probability of having like a cleared break, okay? So for now, we're still basing off of 6-1, 6-3 like I mentioned we would earlier. Remember earlier back here I said now we're basing off 5-4, but when we break to 6-9, 7-1, we want to probably start basing off 6-1, 5-9, basically above the opening range, okay? And opening range highs. Like you want to be basing above these areas here. Here, okay? Because once they start bringing it back in between this orange box here, then that risk comes back on and then range can start to get reduced. That's what starts turning it more into a pinnable type session. I would also note that, remember that 348 flip that we have? What was that time frame? Because that was the big bear structure that flipped later in the day. Was it 327 minutes or something? I think it was this. And this was linked to, was it this? What was that structure? Or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was a, I don't remember what it was. Not this. Oh, I'll have to find it in here. Oh, this. Yeah, it was 327. Okay, so this one here. Okay, this is obviously what could keep us at risk for the second half of the session today. And mainly because this was also linked to those high ranges. So okay, through that period here and this period here, I would definitely start to kind of measure just to see what kind of mid-range probabilities you have. And you could do it in like quarter lots, 50% lots, so 327 minutes by 4 is every 81 minute intervals. So by 3 would be 245 minutes. That would be about 75% of the time range. 245. That's probably around that 230 window. Yeah, it is 226. So this is probably the point in the day that's where risk would really increase if you're not trading above these ranges in here, okay? Or like at least basing above there. Whereas like 163 minute window would have been right back in here. And this is when they started to try breaking back above this range. If we measure this to the actual closing point in the session, which is like that 4 o'clock period, so 339 to 340 minutes, let's say, probably close to like 170 minute intervals, which would be like back in here. And then off the actual session close, it's close to like 198 to 200 minutes, which I think is where they're stalling here, right? 198 minutes is here, okay? So these stalls in here are kind of linked to end of session today. So you could probably even take that and look at a 99 minute window from there, because that would be basically half. That would be later in the session around like 318. You could also see, only because these are calculated price points, like the time that it broke 6-6, which was right at 121, and your opening range interval was 51 minutes. So market could also move in like roughly those 50 to 51 minute intervals today, okay? Especially off like these marks right here. So you could probably measure off like 50, 51. Okay? And even off like the point that it broke like 6-1. So we could do like 48 minute to 51 minute intervals today. Okay? Let's just see what that nets us. I just want to see if it helps us with point highs and lows. It should be pretty close. So this would be 48. This is probably 51. This is 48. This would be 51. So this is when they snapped it back over 3.8. Let's see. This is 48. What time is that? Just clear these out. Yeah, so this is very, very, very close. And these are based off like the actual structure breaks off open, okay? Mainly off calculated price points. I don't really care that they broke. It's more that they broke like our 6-1, 6-3, 6-8 ranges, okay? 6-4, 6-6. So off this kind of structure in here, a 47 to 48 minute interval. I don't know if you guys can see it, like off this low right here. Do you guys see that? When they held off our 5-4, we probably want to hold lows here. This is a low to low ratio. And both those sticks are linked to a structural hold. Do you see that? Off 6-1. That's actually crazy. If you really want to learn time concepts, this is insane. So the whole basis of this 48 minutes is the amount of time it took from opening range to tag 6-1, okay, and break 6-1. From the time that they broke down structure back in here, it took 48 minutes for them to retest 6-1. Isn't that insane? So I would for sure keep using this if you want to measure some midday intervals today. So we probably have a window between 121 and 120, or 221, 224. And we probably have a window between 229 and 230. Okay? There you guys go. These are different metrics. These are just based off an opening calculated range, but I just thought I'd share that with you guys. So 6-6 retested off 4.849. I can delete these now. We have the highest odds of retesting here around 159 and 204, so we'll see if we can get some breaks of 7-1 before 2 o'clock. I think before 2 is probably the better odd, because I don't really think that you'd want to wait till after 2 to try testing that. What were you saying? F-cell is moving? Yeah, this one's been a lot stronger. That's a really nice cup and handle on that. A lot of these ones are also breaking on like an annual chart too, so and this is like a 5-month flag on this too. Where's Eddie? You can't really see it on that 2-month, but the way that you can trade this one too is even just off like those previous, the previous bear flags, okay, in terms of like the clearance breaks. You can't see all of it, but it's mainly around like the mid supply range in here. You can't really see it on there, but on the 5-month I feel like it's the most clear, okay? So this area in here, like them breaking there, is probably that first bigger trigger on this name. And that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is the 7th bar on that 5-month, okay? This is like a 7th bar break. Someone start a thread for this one. Then that way we can come back and easily track it. Same with the 4 month. So you could easily use these ranges in here. I was saying you can't really see it on that 2 month or the 1 month, but it's definitely there. Okay, in terms of like those mid structure breaks for like a flag break. Like, do you see this? So probably just over 2 months in here. Okay, or even like on a smaller time frame, like maybe this continuation on here on the 4-day. Okay, is really clean, and that's also on its 4th bar, which flips on the 21st. There's also the, I think it was the 9-day, but I don't remember. Like, a lot of these are kind of just like stuck in between, but they flip at month end. I'd mainly look to see which ones are just under that 2 months or just over that 2 month period. Kind of like, you see how there's like range in between here? There's also this massive flip that happened here between the 14th through here, and that was basically all the range. 24-day, you can kind of see this doesn't flip till the 21st. So there's multi flips on the 21st for this name and the 27th, but let me try finding the exact frame, okay? Because you can see it on a 2 month, but it's not that clear. 27th also has massive flips on that one, so 21st, 27th flips for this one. I just want to see what time frame shows the best looking structure on this. It might be just over or just under 2 months. Okay, maybe closer to these. Here. These are really nice structural breaks that could keep this going into summer. You can't really see them on the 2 month or 3 month, but they're definitely there on like a median in between 2 to 3 month range. Okay? And then I would maybe track the ones that have better odds. So like, let's say like the 29th of April through 21st. Maybe the days that tested and broke. So like this one here for April 30th through 26th. Okay, you can track all of these because these could be easily summer continuation plays. Plus these names tend to move in the summer anyway for like a lot of the energy type names. So you could maybe use between a 76-day and an 85-day on this one. I don't think there's anything after that. Maybe like on a wider basis, like a 90-day. This is not bad. Okay. 91-day I think would be linked to probably this week and 24th of September. So long story short, this breaking these ranges on these specific days could keep this in play until end of September. Okay, is the easiest way that you could look at this because it's just starting off. This doesn't even flip until the 18th, and it's using base theory. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is a 7th bar break, okay? Which usually can keep things kind of rotating. We've already been watching these names, and I saw a bunch of sweeps on this like a few weeks ago, but they're just starting to turn around. So a lot of these have some flips between basically every single day from now until month end. Let's see. Yeah. They kind of start disappearing once you get over 119 days. Okay? They don't really have clean looking flag like structures anymore. Do you see what I'm saying? Like they disappear. So that's on a hold of 1920, which could push it to basically 2370. All right, ES, back to its calculated points here. 159 and 2 o'clock retracting exactly 7469.50 and 7471. These are perfect points in time to be breaking these ranges. We'll see if we can get some tags now of what spots. Let's see if you guys are actually listening, especially during this window. I already did some mid-calculated points in here, but these were the odds that we had that were linked to highs. What spots would we be able to trigger potentially? Which areas would we have to trigger, or do we want to try triggering during these periods here? And specifically around this 204, 210, we have some odds like we were just looking at earlier that I sent you guys, but like off the high of day breaks, which were, we set around that it was the 48 minutes, right? Like using those 48-minute intervals, but what points do you want to try triggering that are going to give us the highest odds of getting back to the zone? So the 48-minute intervals that we looked at were the ones that are closer to 230, 229, 232. No, 66 is too low. Oh, my thing was blocking that. 7.6, yeah, at least the 7.6, ideally 7.7, this area here. Okay, like this is probably the range that you want to try triggering during these periods so that we still have those odds in play for end of session today. Let me start setting some more alerts here. So 7475, 7473.50 probably, 7476.75, 7477.25 is the big spot. Same with 7479. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Good job. So let's see. These were the odds that I had. I had 204 to 210, 159 to 204, 210. That was the next window I had after here. So we'll see. At least so far we did retest 7-1 exactly at 159. So that was pretty impressive. I don't know if you guys saw that. I was charting F-cell, but this was super accurate on that break. Okay. 7471 triggered off my 1:59 p.m. odd. 1:59 p.m. is also linked to that was a calculated odd for those midpoints, but it was also this really nice looking reversal off highs off 1021. Okay, so FYI, that is linked to the high of day flag. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They're kind of turning this around. 159, 348. This is what could basically negate that. This is what could negate that that bear flag. Okay, so this. Do you see this that we had earlier? Off highs. This is what could get negated. Okay, into this. How many bars could this continue into? So this is the second bar here. Plug getting a really nice move, you guys. I don't know if anyone's trading that, but thanks for alerting F-cell, Eddie. But Plug, I said earlier, like if this thing comes and holds off 357, that's an easy potential break back to 378 and potentially back to 390, 394. It did trigger my weekly target this week of 401 and 411. It stalled earlier this week right at our 411 mark back in here. So pretty big spot for this to come back to, but it's a really, really nice day trade. This is a very, very, very clean trade. especially off this 360, 357, which you guys should have alerts on. 357, 360 breaks on plug. ES getting that tag over 7.3. So this is that nice flag structure that we can kind of watch for. Another thing that you guys can track too is just see where they break range off these intervals, okay? So like off 109 minute, maybe we want to try tagging 81, okay? I noticed crude was moving up with ES here, which was a little interesting. Um, Gold is back to our spot, you guys. This is probably something worth noting into next week on GC. Tesla off 423 so far is moving good. 431, 432 is a big overhead on Tesla. Same with this 434, 47. I don't know who, I'm not trading Tesla, but if someone is. I haven't pointed this out much, but I did last week. This has been a pretty big turnaround for the dollar. I think this is worth noting. This is also helping the market hold some relative strength, by the way. How did you guys do today overall? Like in terms of just general trading? Because I would say that today is, it's not easy, but I think based on using our calculated ranges in our daily plan and our weekly plan and our weekly overall concept of the market, we nailed the week. Like this is a very calculated week. Stalling 75.20s, closing at 75.20s, holding 74.20s, that's insane. That easily can get us back to our 74.70s and 80s and potentially get us back into that zone, okay? Are you still holding, LI? I took my first cover back in here, but I'm still holding the second half just in case we get some breaks over 7.7, 7.8. Honestly, even for it being like an OPEX day though, the calls move pretty nicely because I picked those up at 90 cents and they're at 2.30, which, and that's not even off highs. They triggered highs close to like 2.60. But I really want to get to the zone. I took my first cover off 210. And I just want to see if we can get some breaks on those. But if we get to the zone, those will easily be over $3. So that's why I don't want you guys to always just have like, I noticed a lot of the comments this morning, like, oh, it's OPEX. Oh, I get killed in these days. Oh, this looks really bad. Oh, if you think like that, then you're going to trade like that. Like this is, it doesn't matter if it's OPEX. It's still a calculated day. You could still get range. You could still have breaks. You could still have calculated times. You get what I'm saying? If you have that kind of concept when you come into the like the trading day, then you probably will end up losing. So try not to think like that. The market is very, very constructive. Some range reductions here ahead of 210 and right beneath that 76, 77. This is pretty similar to what they did back here, okay, and what they did back here. So remember how this was like an earlier odd that we had at 1252, 1256 and they reduced range? They're doing the exact same thing here. Okay, and that could be because we have those later odds closer to like the 230 periods in here. And that's mainly if they don't want to clear back over like 79, 76 just yet. I would see if we can try sustaining off 6971 and then try getting a reattempt. Usually 1215, 1212 generally have some volatility on a daily basis, but these were just the higher probability periods today for 7.5, 7.6 breaks. There was that one time frame for two. Do you guys remember what it was? There was a certain time frame that I sent first thing this morning that it was linked to the 159. Remember how I said if they don't break during this time, then we could stay stuck beneath 66 until 159 and 2. It was roughly 230, but I don't remember the exact frame that we looked at. I wonder what it was. Maybe it was like the 109, 327, 82, 123. Let me see. Maybe it was this. This is the 236 window, okay? I think it was the midpoint between the 1021 and 348. I'm pretty sure that's why there were some odds around this window here. And this here, this is linked to those morning highs for 108 and 230. And then 252, so this would give like those later odds. 252, 82, 123. 123 is also linked to that. Yeah, it's this one here. It's the 123 minute, which is linked back to those morning highs, okay? This is 230. And that's why I was saying earlier, if they stall or something, then they could potentially keep it stuck until 230, which I'm really glad they didn't do. Because could you imagine if they kept this stuck beneath 66 and 71 until 230, then we probably wouldn't really have very high odds of getting into the zone today. You see this that they did here, okay? Roughly like 16 points. They probably would have recycled that down, and that would have taken us back to the channel. Does that make sense? And that's what I said we had to avoid this afternoon, because otherwise they would have brought us back to 3.8. Do you see what I'm saying? Them bringing us back to 3.8 would have completely taken away odds of getting any sort of zone odds or core breaks. So they did a really good job of avoiding this afternoon. The only reductions we've had so far, though, is I would say after that 125-26 period. And in between here is they kind of just stalled a little bit. Not much, but it's basically to stall us from getting our 7.9, 7.7, 7.8 breaks. And you can even see it right here. It's not much, but same sort of idea. They could have gotten like 7.9, 7.8, 8.1 breaks. And if you look at those structures that we just looked at, off like the 123, was it? This? Do you guys see where like the bottom of that 3-bar ends? Do you see it? It's right in here, okay? So, I don't know if you guys can see that. And then right in here, okay? So there's clearly some overhead around 7.5 and then around 8.1. So had they broke between that period in here, they likely could have triggered this range in here. And that would have been like a structure break on those time frames. And those time frames were between the 159, 204, to I think 2010 or 208 and 210. So there was some range reduction that happened there. Where do we have to base above now to keep this in play? Where would range start to get reduced? And I think this is pretty straightforward, but just try answering this. Where would they potentially reduce range if they don't sustain a certain price point? And I think that that's pretty straightforward, but I want to know what you guys think. Because back here we knew it was 5.4, 5.5, and then 6.1, 6.2. What about these ranges in here? I think 6.3 is a little too low. Think about it, Li. You're looking at 6.3 before triggering 7.677, right? So that can imply volatility. So I would say like ideally 6.6 to maybe 6.8, 6.9 would be like a good area to hold in here. Like they already are breaking down 6.9 a tiny bit, but I feel like losing this area here before tagging this area here could just kind of reopen the means volatility between 5.4, 5.2, 6.1, 6. Do you get what I'm saying? Mainly because we haven't triggered above 7.677 yet. So that could increase some of the risk. And mainly because it's still pretty early. I don't remember if there were odds that we marked between 221 and 224. I feel like this window was kind of low probability, right? Until like 2:30 from what I remember, but I could be wrong. This chart looks insane. Plug looks like it's going to re-trigger this 378. I'm just going to mark an alert at 380. This one also had really good continuation back up. I just want to see when this broke during 2019. What did the PA look like in here? I want to see if there's potential cleared breaks or something. There's a gap. Pretty similar to where they gapped it this time too. So stalling off 7.5 easily reduced range back down. That's why I was saying I think 6.6 is 6.3, 6.6 is a little too low. You probably would have wanted to hold closer to like 6.9, 6.8 would be pushing it even. Otherwise they can reduce range, because a big issue with this period is what? What's a huge issue with this point in the day? Especially because we know 7.6, 7.7 expands us. What do you guys think? There's too much time, right? Like we don't really have a window here for retesting until here. So that gives way too much time for this to do whatever the hell it wants. And that could keep means in play, especially if they're not triggering that calculated core break of like 7.6, 7.7, 7.8. That could put back 5.4, 5.6, right? Back in play. Even though they're still avoiding the channel and they're still holding off like 5.6, 5.4, Did that just take away a lot of range for us this afternoon? 19 points is quite a lot of range. What could that have done? If they had cleared 7-6, 7-7, which is, it's not only a calculated range, it's also the prior's day open close, right? So what could that have potentially done for us this afternoon? And as early as this point in the day, that could have pushed us into the zone, okay? So, and probably quite early if they did something like that. So they are reducing a lot of the probabilities here. I was pretty sure there were some odds around 218, 221, but they weren't very high, like in terms of like a retest. If this one were to engulf today, what would it have to come back over? I think 381. Yes, okay, so that 381, you guys, is also the 50% break on plug for a potential outside day, okay? So just FYI, can someone write that in the Discord so you guys are aware? So I'm not just like copy pasting a chart. This 381 is an engulfing odds. That's 50% break, okay? That would give an odd of retesting 390, 399, 401, 411. You could basically go back and check the thread that I did in there. And you'd want to see probably some liquidity off 381 if that was going to be the case. 380 getting retested on plug. ES trying to get back over 6.6. We'll see if it can by that 230, 229, 232 window. These odds right here were my calculated periods. So I just want to mark that so I don't forget between here and here. Here and here. $380 break here with some pretty decent liquidity so far on plug. We'll see if it can get a break to 384 and then 390. This was a really clean move, you guys, off 357. That's a calculated spot on this. That's a really, really easy day trade in my opinion. So what do you think ES has to do here? Especially above 5.6 but beneath 7.1. And specifically, I guess, ahead of this 230 period. Because remember, these intervals are linked with lows, so you want to avoid getting like another lower low, I guess, during this period here between like 230, 229, because these times are linked with like these low intervals or like these structural holds, okay, from here, okay, to here. So you probably want to be above 6.6. No, but it's been pretty easy though off 64.20s. Not easy, but I don't think it was a super, super hard trade. The only part that was hard was deciding if they were going to sustain 3-3 and then get back over here. This was probably the harder part in the day to make sure that they actually clear. But anything at this point above 7-1, in my opinion, is a bonus. When I cover half my position, anything above that, that's just a bonus. I'm okay breaking even or whatever on that second half of my trade. So I took half off these 6-9, 7-1 stalls, okay? So we have to see if they try holding off here, because like the worst case is these periods are linked to like a low range, would be making like a new structural low and coming back to like 5-4. I feel like if they did something like that, then odds are off. Like something like this. Whereas if they held a structural break like around the opening range, which is this spot here, like this, then they at least have somewhat of an odd to bring this back. But so far that's a 1 minute 3-bar down. I have an alert off 3. Let me put one actually for 382, because that would be breaking 8-1. And ES is also stalling around the same point here. Do you guys see the 1 minute 3-bar down just ahead of that 229, 230 window? That's the 48-minute interval that we looked at earlier that's linked with these like structural holds, structural lows. That's very interesting because this is that 6-1, 6-2 hold initially, which is linked back to this 4-8 hold. Okay, so if they really wanted to extend this down, then you could have like that 4th bar continuation that would happen here. If they did something like that, then I would say that they're likely going to start really limiting range or compressing this move. Basically beneath 7-7, 7-8, okay, but above 74.21. It's basically a core-to-core stall if they did something like that. If they can hold the range here around 5-8, retrace back over opening range like 5-9, 7-5, 5-9, 50, get back over 6-1, like linked to this, and immediately retract 6-6, then odds are still in play. So you'd have to have something like this. Okay, where's the 5-6, 5-4, 7-5, 5-9, 50s open. This area here. And the time intervals are right now at 29. You'd have to try to hold, push back, retrace, get back over 6-6. I feel like if they didn't do that, then your odds are extremely low that you're going to have any sort of continuation here this afternoon. They would just end up recycling range. If they do something like that, then I'm probably going to call it a day for like the last half. I'm also watching to see the reduction in range and whatever is linked to 8-8. So 19.75 from here is probably linked back to like that 9-5, 9-4 stall that we had last night. And specifically off of like 6-6, 6-8, 6-9. Okay, these are linked back to the zone. So let's see here. These are the 2, 9, and 30 ranges, right? So these are the odds that are linked with like low structures like this. So I want to see if they hold off 7-4, 5-4, 7-5. Otherwise, there's the odds that they could take this back into the channel, okay? This is a pretty important point in the day to see if they actually can sustain structure or if they're going to recycle down range. Someone said something earlier about negating. That was wrong because that wasn't a negation period. This was a delayed period. This here would have to be a negation period if they want to actually try sustaining structure here. Okay? 74.54 being retested here right off that 230 mark on a 74.66 stall. This is where range could get recycled this afternoon, so just be a little bit cautious. There were some calculated intervals around 237, 236, 238, but range could, or volatility could heavily increase, especially on a failure of 6.6 and 5.8. We'll see if they hold off the channel range, but like I said, I think bringing it back into the channel is really going to take away odds this afternoon for any extended breaks into like the zone or even like these upper core areas. If they're going to try holding this, they have to immediately negate. Like they can't stall. They would have to come back and immediately take this out within these ranges. Otherwise, they could come back, retest 7438, 7442, and even 7420s. Because we still have that candle that's at risk until end of session today. And like we said, as long as they're beneath those areas, I don't remember what it was exactly. This one here, this could still be in play till end of session today. So, and mainly if we don't break that 7776, like I was saying earlier. So that could be an engulfing pattern if they don't break. The midpoint between here, I would start measuring because that's going to be very important. I'm pretty sure the midpoints were these areas here, like the 336, 37, these calculated intervals between 342. So that's a very, very, very important time of day to not even to break highs, but to avoid getting a break of lows, to retract and retrace, okay? Because they already broke it back into the channel as is, which is obviously not a good thing. So in terms of PA, but you want to maybe see if they can at least try to save some of the range, maybe get it back over opening range over 5.9, 5.8. Otherwise, that risk is going to stay on here. What do you guys think? This is going to be probably the most crucial part in the day because this is going to decide if they retest lows today or not. I'll set that for 2 minutes just because there's not very much time. And this is exactly why earlier I was saying don't overtrade this afternoon. If you covered off 6.1 or 7.1, 6.9, those are really, really good areas. And then from there, just set some stops at either break even or wherever. I don't know. It depends where you took a long though, because like off the 20s and 30s, you're still green on your positions, but obviously in the 40s and 50s, that's a different story. That's going to be a lot harder to manage and trade this afternoon, just because those are the areas that they could easily bring us back to. Okay. Can you guys vote on that, please? So this is going to be a very, very, very hard point in the day because this is going to decide if market wants to recycle range basically the rest of the afternoon, or if it actually wants to take a shot at coming back to the downside for that last hour. Getting back over 5.9 doesn't mean that that's bullish. It just means it's trying to reduce risk. Does that make sense? To you guys or no? So getting back over here at this time, that's not necessarily bullish. It's just reducing risk of us having risk of retesting lows by 340, 340, 348, 350, okay? So it's just trying to negate and reduce some of the risk. So can we get more votes than that, please? So first area I'd want to look for is probably the 5475 and then 5.9. Otherwise that 3.8 is going to trigger on that downside. Plug is still trying to get back over that 8-1 break. A tie. Okay, that's conflicted. We haven't had tied pulls in a while. I could tell that was bearish too when they formed a bear flag off 6-6. And mainly when they broke 6-8, 6-9. I just feel like getting back that low was already going to take away a lot of the range. Okay, see if 74, 54, 75 gets retagged here at that 336, 337 window. 336, 337 were calculated points in time. They're not flips that I had, so these are calculated to opening range, closing range, okay, in certain structural breaks, so they are linked to these price points, okay, like 5475, 59. This is a pretty important period to see if they're gonna, like I said, not increase odds for bulls, but at least like reduce risk, okay, on downside for the last hour and a half of the session today. It's during this period here to this period here. What would actually increase odds for bulls though? Let's see if you guys can get this right. So obviously getting to 3-8 is going to completely reduce odds and increase risk. Getting back to 5-9-50 is going to at least mitigate risk. What would actually increase probability for bulls at this point in time? And this would be very hard obviously to achieve. We'd probably have to have some pretty crazy sticks, but what would have to happen? Let's see if you guys are aware of how to read PA, because you guys got the 6-1, 6-3 area here not wrong, but that was just too high of risk for that point in time, especially when there was that big of a window, right? Like this is way too long of a window. So what do you guys think? What area would actually at this point benefit bulls? Another way of thinking about this too is you're basically like stuck in between. Okay, so in here, you're almost 33 points from highs. Okay, do you see this? This is where risk will obviously increase, okay? Especially on an open, close, high, low ratio. Look. Do you see that? Okay, so this is like a midpoint risk, so that makes sense. Yeah, I think 6-6 would help at least reduce some of that risk. Or at least put odds back in play. 6-9, 7-1 would give the higher probability though, right? So I think it was 4-2 that was the calculated period. Plug getting a break over 381 with some decent volume. Okay, so let's see here. This is probably the point in the day that a lot of people started to get chopped up, to be honest with you, because a lot of people probably chased the 70s or even shorted the 50s, okay? And we're basically stuck in between here. I think to completely take away a lot of that risk during these periods here, then yes, right? But like especially through here, that's just to like take away risk though. That's not even like if you got back over 5.9, that doesn't even increase your odds. I feel like you would need at least over 6.6 or 6.9, okay, for bulls to have a probability again here, because we haven't even triggered 7.7, 7.6. Does that make sense? If we had triggered 7.7, 7.6, that's a different story. We haven't triggered 7.7 or 7.6. 7.725 is a bit more calculated than 7.6 is too. So that's part of the issue. And I think range on both ends here is pretty equal. So kind of like how we looked at it from upside versus downside. It's the same thing from like a 6.6 retracement here. Okay, versus like the 12-point ratio versus like a 4.1 to 3.8 break here. Okay, so if we looked at like 6.8, 6.9, especially off like 5.4, 7.5. Okay, let's just say 13 points just to make it easy. Okay, that's what could trigger these areas here again. Do you see what I'm saying? Like these ranges in here. A 17-point break is what could re-trigger 3.8 versus getting a break back to like 7.1. You could use like a 17-point break. Another good way of looking at this too is, you know how we have that odd to retest lows before 348 or whatever it was? We could maybe even see from where they stalled highs off our 208 calculated point here. Maybe like the midpoint, so that's exactly 100 minutes. So like 50 or 100 bars, like 50 minutes would be right before 3. So we probably want to see where we're sitting at just before that 3 o'clock window here, okay? And these are both core to core ranges. That's the funny part about this. This is a core area. This is a core area. These are mid-core ranges, which usually are those 50-point intervals that I was telling you guys about this morning. I haven't actually checked to see how many points we've hit, but I would imagine we're hitting those 50. Do you see? You guys, they hit those mid-core ranges. That's actually hilarious. And I mentioned that this morning. We'll probably hit between 52, 55, 58. We're not going to get any structure breaks until we start breaking above these mid-core ranges, which if we break 58 points, that's going to be that break of 7-8. So that's actually very, very cool. So they're probably stuck between like the 25-point intervals here, I guess. Yes. Do you see that? Isn't that crazy? So you would need at least 70, 71. Okay, like 22 points is usually that midpoint. That's going to be around that 6.6. Those are micro core ranges, okay? Whereas like 25 points beneath here, you'd have to come back and hold 50. So you're kind of like stuck in between right here. Okay? And that makes sense why it'd be like that 27-point range, because that's basically half of this area here, okay? Like half of 58. I explained this morning. I don't know if anyone was paying attention to that, but these are those mid-core ranges. Off open, which was here, they're probably only stalling like, oh, they're stalling that 16 points. Where's Vinci? Vinci, they're stalling 16 points off open. So same thing, they need over that 7.625, which is that 16.75 break, or 7.7. So it's the same way that you can look at that. If you break that off open, that's what could get you that micro core break, which are those 22, 25 point intervals. 25 to 27 points is probably going to be the zone break. Like these areas here. I highly doubt at this point that they would get the 51, 52. So the 51, 52 point intervals off open would have been those 75, 10, 11, 12 areas that we looked at earlier. That's very, very, very cool. I didn't even look at that this morning, but that's what we talked about as being like a neutral odd. Whereas like the 70, 72 would be back to where they stalled. 78 points is probably back to highs. Yeah, it is. Do you see that? Off lows, I think that would be like the 88 to 90 point range, and then these highs would be 107. Those are core ratios. Okay, 103, which is probably where they closed. Yes, it is. 110, 115, and then max ratios would be our 132 and 128. So if they had something like that, that's how they could have triggered the 50s. That's insane. I didn't even realize this till now. So off the lows, you guys, 132 point range to 130 point range, 128 point range is actually also the 75 50s. So I think that's something worth noting. We're stalling basically mid-core ranges here in mid-means, which is like the choppiest kind of way to trade this. And they're kind of just stuck in between. I hope you guys did take some off though, off this 6-9 and 7-1, because that was a huge cover area, especially if they don't take out 7-6, 7-7, because I knew if they didn't take out 7-6, 7-7 that they could basically recycle range back down here. And now this is the worst area to stall because they're basically above 4-4 and 3-8, okay, but beneath 6-6 and 6-9, okay? And that's kind of what makes this a little bit harder to trade. It's kind of like a 13-point basis, like this. Do you see what I'm saying? Where it has to break one end or the other at this point to get some sort of continuation, either to retest 2-8 and 2-1, okay, or break the 2-7 or 7-7, 7-8. Does that make sense? Because you're not going to get any structure breaks until one of these ends break, either 4-4, 3-8 to come back and retest lows, or this 6-6, 6-9. I would say closer to 6-9 and 7-1 to get a 7-7, 7-8 retest. Otherwise, they could keep it stuck in between. Remember how I said they could pin the means or core ranges today if they decide that they don't want to break 7-4, 7-6, 7-4, 7-7, which would be like the worst case scenario if they stalled this afternoon. So far these structural stalls making it a little bit harder for end of day. We had that calculated point of time at 2:58 that we're going to watch, and 3 o'clock. And then remember we had some periods at 3:08, I think it was, and 3:05. So there was a window right after 3. I would say that, remember at, what time was it? 1 o'clock. Remember how I said I didn't want them in the channel at that time? Or same with like here. I don't know if you guys remember this. Like back in here. Here. Okay, at 1. You remember how they brought it back over the channel? Right here. At 50. I would say you could set the same sort of logic for the 3 p.m. window, as you probably don't want this in the channel, okay, before 3. Can we use this chart for now? Just because that one's kind of hurting my eyes a little bit. Plug getting a huge break to 390. I don't know if anyone took this one. That's such a clean trade. That's an extremely calculated move on that. That's so easy, in my opinion. Off plug, 357 and 360 is that calculated range. And they're getting volume off 390. So last time this thing stalled off 404, 411, we needed a break over 411, 412 to give us these breaks to 418, 423, 425. This essentially it could get to 450, 450, 455, but for today's session, I would think that they would need news for that. Like, I'm just looking mainly to see if they can come back and retag 404, 411, 412 on that one specifically. You should have had a really clean move on that, though. Did you catch that, Eddie? Especially the 381 breaks and the liquidity that they built there. Look at this base in volume. And to 390. So 390 is huge. That's what could break to 401. I'm going to turn on Bernie's mic. I just want to hear if he's going to say anything.
Arno Power Module. They successfully completed non-recurring UL certification testing. This is the primary technical hurdle holding them back. Passing certification means they are now legally cleared to physically deploy these units to customer sites over the next 2 quarters. Ah, data centers. Somehow I figured they must be connected.
Let me set the 394.
Management guided that they expect to sign an additional 40 to 50 million in defense contracts this year across multiple military branches. That's Highland. That's why it's going vertical. There's a story. There's a reason. PIII trying to come back on. Ah.
Do you guys see how calculated that is? Right from 390 to 394. That's not a coincidence. This is moving today off a cleared break. This is cleared. If that's cleared, that means that could get the full move today. I want to make sure I capture that whole trade. I don't want to miss a leg of this. So 1 second. Because if that breaks 404 and 411, that could push to 425, 419, and maybe even like the 440, 444 today. It's still early for it to be pushing these ranges. And if they engulf it too. What do you guys think about the 258 to 3 o'clock window? What conditions would we have to set after backtesting 4-4 but holding 4-4? So they backtested 4-4 but they held 4-4. What do you guys think? And this was kind of a dead window. There was higher odds during these periods here. What's the first condition that you would need? 395 breaking here on plug with an expansion break to 397. That could easily push that to 401. Okay, since no one wants to answer. So conditions here. There's a calculated odd at 258. So I know 3 o'clock is obviously pretty obvious that we want to be back over OR. First condition, we probably want to be above 745950 before 3 so that we're avoiding as much as possible getting back into the channel here. Second condition, we probably want to retest 746163 during this period here. And then third condition is, I think between that 305 to 308, I want to see if they can try getting it back to 66. Yeah, they were also getting swept. Remember those $4 calls for next week or for this week? They bought 300K worth. Nice on FCell. So let's see here, 258 and 3 o'clock. I think that's a pretty important time to see if they can, at the very, very least, get back over OR, which is this spot in here, to avoid a bigger breakdown this afternoon. So far reducing range. Apple holding right off that 300.5 to almost exact. Actually, it is exact. This one, let me set another alert here at 9, maybe 9.8. Yeah, especially on that 381 break. Another way that you could do this too is with the engulfing, you could set that 1.25 extension just to see like what kind of target it could have. I feel like that's always an easy way of like trading these. So 1.25 or 1.272, okay, which here and then off here. Where did it go? Here. It's probably going to be around that 401. Yeah, it is. Do you see that? So 398, 401 would be an extension. A trick with this too, you guys, is usually the spots it like reduces by. So like you see how this went down right here? Like, how do I explain this? Okay, like on this reversal here, when it extended, if you put a negative in here and then kind of see what negative ratio it triggered, that's usually the same ratio they could trigger up. Okay, so like probably like a 40% ratio or something like that. Let's see. Or 50. Do you see that? Does that make sense? That's usually how you could maybe trigger like a 1.5. Okay, it's kind of relative to like,
we're just coming up to 3 o'clock here.
Okay, so maybe let's mark this in pink or something so I know what area that is. Same with the other odd. Where is it? This. Where did it go? This. 1.50. Okay, so that would give us targets of 404 and 410. That's not a coincidence because they took it down by like that 50%, okay, which is our 357, which could take it back to basically that 410, which is where we stalled the other day.
ERT, new highs.
Does that make sense?
Not stopping.
Let me delete these so
Or drilling highs.
Easier to see. ES still stuck beneath OR here at 3. A little concerning. There was some odds around 305, 308. Plug stalling 398. 398's that 25% extension for today. So is 401. That makes it really easy because those are our price targets anyway. And so is 410. So that makes it a lot easier because these are our calculated price points anyway. So a 398 break would take it to 401, which could take it to 410. And CL's stalling off that 101.50. GC still stuck in our calculated spots. What else? I think that's it.
Bull holding mid 11s.
This is exactly what makes the sessions pinnable, unfortunately. I think
Very
Spy's
weak on laser today, down 6. Tried to recover.
Spy and ES is that's probably done for the day. I don't think that if they stall, especially off these price points and at these times, and they're holding in between, that's extremely pinnable into the close. You can trade it if you want. I have my stop set at break even for the second half of my position. I just don't really see it worth trading, I guess, this afternoon on those kinds of stalls, especially stalling opening range just before 3. There's some odds for very, very late day at 240, at 348 and 352. But again, you're kind of trading it into an OPEX session. Yes, there's odds that they could retest lows by end of session today too, but I feel like they kind of gave back both sides. So it's up to you. I had a really good trade off the 20s to the 6.9 and 71 spot. Anything above there for me was more of a bonus today if they wanted to get it to 7.7 and push to 8.8. But I'm more than content with even it giving us what it gave us at this point in the session earlier today, okay? I'm going to probably focus more on plug this afternoon just because that one looks a lot more interesting. But I hope my analysis was at least helpful for you guys. I really started to lose faith when they lost 6.6 and 6.8. Do you see why I was saying earlier that 6.3 is way too low? Even 6.6, I think losing here was still a little too risky. For this to have stayed in play and avoided this kind of drop, you probably would have had to have instead base, especially since we didn't trigger 7.6, 7.7. Had we triggered that, then okay, but we didn't. So if they had instead done something like this, then they could have maybe come back and triggered that, okay? And that would have allowed for that extension of range, but that kind of opened up the window of volatility for the last hour on that one today. The only odds that they could have if they want to turn it around, I guess, right now would be off the 305 and 308 to come back and try getting to OR, but this is where I was saying they could make this pinnable in core areas or pinnable back in our 3.8, 2.1, 2.5. That would be like the worst case scenario, which isn't really the worst case in terms of the week because that would just kind of be resetting the weekly close and the weekly open like we talked about. But so technically getting it back to open isn't the worst case like from the week, but or last week's close, but obviously it's not great for intraday price action. We'll see though if they want to try, I guess, like the last half hour of the day, last hour of the day. But I'm gonna be done trading ES today. It's kind of the same theme all around with some of the bigger names too. Also, them even breaching it back into the channel is kind of what ruined some of the PA for the afternoon, because as soon as you start crossing over again, it just makes the PA very sideways and back and forth. No, I'm not. I had my crude hedge from last week and earlier in the week, but I'm not in it anymore. My calls expired today. I don't know if I should buy for next week though. It was a good hedge though against the market this week. Is there any flow coming in for next week on oil? I mean, I guess like if they recycle ranges this week, then that could be a nice continued hedge, but I don't have anything for next week. My calls for that one all expired today. I didn't buy anything that far out. But in general, XOM has been pretty clean. Where's the XOM base template? Not this one. Not that one either. Might be this one. No. These were the calculated ranges in the past on XOM. I just don't remember the exact spots. I'm pretty sure they're like the 149 to 152, and then from there, that's what could push it back to those 160s. There's a thread, but we'd have to go back and check it. I don't remember which template I have it saved on. I thought it was this one, but it's not. It might be actually this. No. I don't know. Find it in the Discord, Josh. There's, if XOM clears those specific spots, then it could easily get back to like, I think it's like 166, but I could be wrong. There's a thread in Substack on XOM. I don't know if anyone's updated it, but here, I don't know where my template is, but okay, like these areas in here, like them clearing back in here, yeah, it takes it back to like close to like 163, 164. These are what's linked to that 171, 172 break, which isn't that where we ended up stalling on this anyway? On XOM? I just don't know where that template is. It's kind of like a mid-break, but you see this? This is like the 152 clearance today. That was a really, really, really good clearance break on XOM, like off the 152. I just don't know where those... Maybe it's this. I think it's this. Okay. Yeah, it's this one. Okay, do you see that? That's a clear trade here off that 152.91. So the calls I bought last week for this week's expiration, I covered, but maybe we could look to buy some for next week if they want to push it to like 163, 164. If that's the case, then that could imply volatility for next week for ES. And that would be on like crude also clearing that 102 spot again. Which this could also engulf, I guess. If ES sells off end of day, then oil could get back to that 102.20. That would be the trade. Can someone post these in the oil segment so that I'm not having to constantly go back and forth between like 4 different windows? But if you look at this here, that's a clear trade today. Do you see that? Like off open? This here. It's around this 152.88, 152.91. There wasn't really much confluence in between though, like between above 5.6 and beneath 6.3. The issue with this too is you see how like they stalled right in here? Okay, but like this between here and here in these calculated spots, it's like 5 points or so. They did the same thing on the downside. So XOM is, it's not like a clean break. Do you see this? Like when they broke it back down right here, do you see how they also broke it down beneath those calculated ranges by like 5 points, 5.5 points? Do you see what I'm saying? So it would have been a little bit cleaner if they just held above 148 back here, but it's a lot of it's based on where they stalled back in here because they didn't get like the full clean move. And then this kind of break right here is likely linked to where they actually opened and closed these candles. Do you see this? Like 6.43, 6.37. That's based on like the actual calculated spot. I haven't measured this yet on XOM, but it's something I like visibly noticed when I was looking at it, like based on this stall here. And then do you see this? I know it's kind of hard to see, but I don't know if you can see that. Do you see this? It's like roughly within that same range, but that's part of the issue. That's probably why it kind of went sideways like this. So this is a little bit of a cleaner break this time because it's more in line with like the 5.17 reduction off of this low instead. So you can use those same sorts of ranges going forward. That's why a lot of this could be a little bit tricky in between because they could have like, do you see this? Okay. And then like off of here, do you see this? These could be some of the targets, okay? Do you see that? Or if you want to use like the 636, 637 off of here, it's probably, that's going to be so hard to see. It's probably going to be very similar. So it's like, I don't know how to explain that. What's the word for that? That's like, not mid-range, but it's not like it's a cleared spot, but it's not like perfectly cleared. I don't know how else I would explain this. It's more like, okay, you see where like these dark black lines are? These are more cleared areas, okay? Do you see that? Like close to like 7.71. This range in here, it's like 7-ish points, okay? 7.5, okay? Off the calculated range. If we want to measure just that exact candle, then we can go with 7.71. That's why there could be a lot of overhead today around here. So these are not previous calculated annual spots, but they're calculated based on the current trend, I guess, if that makes sense, like based off like the way that they're trading this recently. I don't know how else I would explain that. So that's what could make these areas more probable, okay? This is like a dynamic thing that you have to adjust based on like where it broke, where it sustained, where you stalled. And then that's what could still end up eventually pushing to that 164, 163. Do you see what I'm saying? Look, do you see that? The 630, 637, whatever we said back in here. Okay, that could be the same thing as this pushing eventually back to here. Okay, but so it's not clean, but it's still within range. So yes, there's a pretty decent odd that if they wanted to push back next week on oil, they could. That would mean crude would get a 107, 108 break, and XOM could get that 163 to 164 retest. And that would probably set ES up for some volatility heading into next week. So if you're going to fill up gas, you guys, maybe fill up gas today. My tank is empty. Maybe I'll go fill up gas today. Just in case. But yeah, that would be the move. And this would be kind of the ranges in here off these breaks. So maybe, I don't know where they open this in real time, but You see like this structure break right here off 154, that's really calculated. That's what brings it to like this 157.27, 157.50. That's actually a really, really clean trade right here. I don't know if that helps you, but those would be the targets for how to trade this one end of day into weekly close. You could also use like that max range scenario right here, okay, from this, like around that 7.71, and measure either that 5.17, which would be like up here. I don't know if they would push that high, but that could be like one probability if they had like an extension into close. Or you could just take these ranges, like I said, off here and here, which would be basically where it's trading. So 771 is close to 157.77. And then this area in here. Let me just delete these though, because that's going to be very hard to see. Does that make sense? And this is based on ES also stalling these points in the day today, so. Plug's getting a decent turnaround again. Off that 398. Like I said too with ES, I think stalling here, that basically turns this into a recyclable afternoon. So for me personally, I'm done trading ES on the session today. Yes, they could come back and back test that 74.21 low. Yes, they could make this pinnable into the close, but for me personally, after having a long trade like that, I don't care to take that risk, but you can. I think oil hedges are probably the better way to go with this. 157.27 is a cleared break on XOM. This is what could allow for those extensions into next week on oil. Especially with good liquidity. Nice call on that too, Josh. I only have 3 contracts left on XOM that expire today, but I might buy some for next week. Can you check if there's any big positioning into oil for next week? You see what ES is doing too. It's still holding off 3.8 and 4.4, but beneath 5.9 now and 6.1. This is what makes it very, very choppy into the last part of the day, because they can basically keep it pinnable, either back to where they open the session or back to where they close the week. Okay, and specifically off that 4.8, 7.4, 3.8, and 4.4 area. What area is that? The 74, 38, and 44. And specifically off the report, that's kind of the area that just keeps us stuck in between, okay? 398 re-triggering on this one, but no breaks yet. This one getting very close to those price points. I think covering ES earlier this afternoon was a good call. And remember what I was saying earlier, don't chase into these moves. A lot of people will get killed on things like this where they'll miss the long down here and here, but then they'll try to capture it here, not realizing that these are huge overheads, okay, and covering areas. And then they'll try shorting in here and then still potentially get killed. Like, yes, they could come back and take out 74.21 and 28, but not in the cleanest way, okay? And mainly because these are now recycled range, right? Had these been untriggered before, then that's a different case scenario. What are two other factors playing into this? Two big factors in terms of how this PA is acting now. And what could keep it very recycled, especially off 74, 38, and 44. What are two major factors for price behavior this afternoon? Aside from where we stalled and the calculated range. What do you guys think? What are some major factors for this afternoon? Okay, I'm gonna get water, and then you guys tell me what are two major factors aside from stalling calculated price at these points in time. Okay, what are two major factors for how this is trading this afternoon? Can you guys hear me? One thing I will add is, okay, on this, so we have those odds where, you know how they can come back, retest lows by like 348. Another odd though is if they sustain and if they bring this back, okay, to like the 5-1, 5-4, back in this kind of like, what would I call this, like mid supply zone, like this area here instead, like between, or before, I guess, like 48, then they would still have odds of doing what? For that last 10 minutes of the day. And if that's the case, it would be an extremely late trade. And this would be based on basically sustainment of lows, okay? So not breaking beneath this midpoint, which is obviously very, very important, okay? So like this kind of area in here, which is kind of like that 2-8 hold. So what would they have to do? What do you guys think? If they can bring it back into this box basically before the last 10 minutes of the session today. Like regardless, this is all a very sideways range, but what could that give them odds of doing the last 10 minutes of the session? So that's, they don't take out lows, but they also don't take out the open close. What could that do? There's not very much time left now too until that 348 period, so they easily could just leave it stuck in our digestive zone too. This is a huge area from the weekly report, this 3.8 to 4.4. What could they do, you guys, end of day, if they somehow bring this back into that mid supply zone? So they don't take out the lows or retest them, and they don't break the high, but they bring it back into this little mid supply. So basically above here. It would have to be above 74.51. Where could they pin it? And that would have to be like before 48. So probably around like the 4-5 range. 3.8 would be like the midpoint. Honestly, it's exhausting asking you guys questions because you guys don't even answer like 90% of the time. So I'm just gonna shut up. All right, well, no one wanted to answer, so I sent it in Discord, but those are the odds for end of session. So this is basically the risk here ahead of this 348. So even if they don't take out lows by 348, even if they come back to like 337, 38, that's still a risk, I think, until the last 10 minutes of the session today, though. Yeah, I think we did a good job just covering. I really didn't like when they failed back in here. Oil is still pretty strong. XOM still holding up pretty good. This one, I don't know if it'll get that much further up on CL, but yes, breaking down into the last 10 minutes could really help oil heading into next week. So we'll see. Here's the 345 window. So these were the odds of retesting lows. Okay. Ahead of 350. So there is still a trade here. It's just if they end up holding the line or holding it like right in between, which is around 3338, then it's not really gonna see much more traction. There's only 1 to 3 minutes left too. If they decide to hold and retrace range, then it's just going to keep this sort of sideways price action. So we'll see what they do in like the last 20 minutes. This is where a lot of people would have gotten chopped up this last hour and a half. So like I said on this, if XOM gets those ranges back next week, that could be crude heading back to that 107, 106 retest. And this reduction in here, even just ahead of this, like this is, they've been doing these 9 to 10 point reductions all day. This would have been like the break to retest, probably OR. So they're definitely reducing this afternoon. Okay, that would have been back to get back to like 5.8, 5.9. And specifically ahead of this 348 window. Do you guys see that? So the point in time to break range is this 4.7 stick. If they try retesting but at 4.8, then that's still a little too late and they could still try to negate. Which again, it doesn't really give us much room into the close. It's really just between our calculated spots of 3.8, 4.4, okay? It's just resetting the weekly opening range. There's the 348 flip. So see if they hold off 3.8, which so far they're doing that 3.8, 3.9 calculated spot. Like I said, off 348 with that flipping over, especially off 347, if they decide that they don't want to reduce downside, they'd look to try retagging. I don't think they can get back over 74.51 in 10 seconds, but they might do it a little late off that 4.8 stick, but they're clearly trying to hold here off the 47 stick. And watch the 350 mark and then 352. We're basically still stuck here this afternoon. And this is just pinnable at our calculated spots. I didn't realize I had candles turned on. No, that's not true. That's not the case. That's not going to happen. That's not true. These are the most calculated areas. They're just going to recycle range for Friday. That's the largest support off the weekly report to close the week, okay? So to me, it doesn't make sense that they would hold all afternoon to then come back and break down like 74.20. If anything, even if they take out or retest the lows, they're probably still going to hold the 74.20s. If they wanted to break this down, they probably would have done so way back in here or ahead of 4.8 or ahead of like 50. Okay, you can look at everything I've shown you guys this morning. This is off the weekly report. That's a major stall area. This is major support. Okay, this is the first area where we could spot major range reduction, and they can start recycling range. Okay, 743844. Compression. If ES stalls around these ranges in here, we can compress. Lower continuation, recycled range, delay targets. Two directional PA. It's not really bearish. It just kind of makes it stuck, I guess, essentially. Support, major support, 743844. Okay. Same thing in here. This is a major support, major critical area, major medium support. And this is before we even hit 7520, okay? And stalled there. So, no, okay? These are extremely pinnable spots to kind of close the session off into Friday and into an OPEX Friday. So I wouldn't really expect anything above or below, okay? And that's not even me being mean. It's just, if I'm going to put that out on Sunday and I'm going to keep reiterating it all week, then at least try to understand why. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, why that would be the case, why they could hold 7438, why they could try to keep it within this range, why they might not want to take out 7421. Okay, we went over it this morning, but these are extremely pinnable spots to close the week off. This is like a median range support, okay? I don't really know how many other ways I can explain it, but this is a really huge area for ES this week, okay? So if they end up closing the market here, I wouldn't be that surprised. And that's a huge reason why I decided I didn't want to trade the second half of the day, even if it means that they can come back and retest those ranges. I didn't really care too much for that, okay? And that's mainly because these are recycled ranges, right? These areas can keep being recycled. These areas are not really high range spots, especially on a Friday. Like, we could get a 74.33, 74.21, 74.28 retest, and then they could still come back and pin this at 7438. So we'll see here. There's some odds that they can break down at 352, and specifically off that 7438 mark. We'll see what they do off the turnaround periods. Turnaround periods are usually, and this made sense after not tagging 7451 into the close. Turnaround periods are usually off the 55, 54 marks. So if they really don't want to backtest lows and they want to try to hold, they'll likely try to sustain above that 3844. Okay? CL is getting a good move though over this 101.05 here into the close. $74.34 being back tested. Like I mentioned earlier, especially if they stall 5.1, 5.4, we still have odds of back testing 74.20 to 74.24 into the close, but there's a very high probability that they might want to pin between 3.8 and 4.4. So we'll see what they do here. Final 5 minutes. So far 74.31 being back tested. If they're going to extend or expand range, it would probably be off this point here. You could probably even look at like maybe a 328 to 329 minute, because these ones do run until the close. Like, this doesn't flip till 356. Okay, the 330 doesn't flip until 4. So there were some durational patterns that run until close that could re-trigger the 74.20s, but like I was saying earlier, these are very pinnable spots. If they want to reset last week's close, and this week's open, then it's going to be right where we started the week, basically around 74.20, 74.21, 74.24, 74.28, 74.38. I just didn't really think they had the momentum to push it down to 74.03 though. Like, I felt like that would be a little bit tricky. Apple also still having some relative strength, which is helping the index a little bit from not completely selling off, I mean. There's the 5.5, so that would be the final stick ahead of that 356 flip and the 74.27 retest. There's also a 1 minute 3-bar down. This is the 4th bar, so if they want to try holding here, I would imagine it would be off the 2.4 to to 2.8. Okay, what do you guys think? Quickly here before the close. How many think that they could take out 74.21 ahead of close? How many think that they'll sustain above 2.5, 2.6, which is a very, very calculated spot in this range here, and try pushing it back to 3.8 and 4.4? How many think they'll kind of keep it stuck in between around 3.1 and 3.3? These are all extremely calculated spots between, like I said, 3.5, 3.1, 2.8, especially 74.21, 22. And 7.438 and 4.2, 4.4. Which is why it doesn't really matter where they close this. It's kind of relative to how much structure they want to sustain and how much risk they want to avoid. Because if they close a little too low, like beneath the 16th, okay, let's say a 300, this will kind of give you back to these ranges in here. But below these areas here, off the 15th, okay, then we're going to be at some pretty big risk if they close, you know, beneath 3.5, 3.6, two. This is what would put us at really, really big risk of basically retesting the 14th ranges. I highly doubt we'll get the 5.1, 5.2 closes with that kind of a break, but I figured they could probably keep it at least within the open close ratios of the April 14th and 15th, which would be around here. Okay, does that make sense, you guys, or no? So if they want to keep it in line with the 14th and 15th open close, it would basically be closing right about here. Okay, these would be the 429, 431 ranges. So basically our 75, 35, 50, 75, 35, 25, 75, 33, 0.25, 7533, 7532 within this range here. These would be pinned right back to these open closing points, okay? And that's why I was saying I think if we pin above 3.5, closer to 3.8, it's above the highs from the 14th. Okay, that would be closer to like these ranges in here. Do you see why this is a very pinnable area into the close? Do you guys see that or no? Like why these ranges are, these are the exact ranges of the 429 and 431 from the 14th and 15th, okay? Does that make sense? That's why they could easily just keep this pinnable off these ranges here. It doesn't really, it's not like it does anything terrible for the market. It kind of just keeps us, I guess, like where we're kind of flat, okay? And it kind of just leaves odds reset for next week. And then opening conditions reset once again for next week. Does that make sense? So 74, 30, 31 to 33 to 35 were really calculated breaks into the close, and that's specifically after stalling a 466 to 461 point range on ES this afternoon. So the 466 point stall is essentially off of here, okay? And that's what could return it back to here. So they could easily take this down to the 74.20s after the bell, with 7421 being a massive support. If they want to reset the week back to opening range around 7403, they could. That's not really the worst case, but it would make it so that there's very, very, very tough conditions to start the week. That means that they'd have to try opening it back around 7421, 22, 24. Does that make sense? So it kind of just makes it so that they're reset into end of week and into last week. And that's kind of what we talked about, that they could just reset the weekly open, weekly close. And that resets our entire weekly conditions basically. So nice short into end of session today. I still think if we pin above 74.21, that's not a bad close. It's more so if they take this beneath 7399. I would say beneath here is where it would be very bearish. Even above 7403 is still fine. It's more of like the 73.99 and lower. So but 74.11 would be another area. Anyway, I hope you guys had a good trading day and a good trading week. This was honestly a really fun week to trade. I think there was a lot of attributes that kind of played into how things moved this week, but overall it was, I would say, very calculated and a really good week to study overall. Try to go back and review some of the sessions that we had, because I think it'll kind of help you in terms of like how to manage or position into next week. Like these areas being extremely calculated, if they pin it here, it could still leave two-way action on, because one, we did trigger the 75.20s, but two, if they close it around here, it could reactivate the 14th ranges. Does that make sense? So if we're coming back to the 14th ranges, then we could basically be back at risk of these areas in here. Okay, these areas in here. Does that make sense? So we could have 73.50s retested potentially next week, and maybe finally get our 73.20s digestion, which we never got yet. So keep in mind, we haven't digested 73.14 to 73.20 to 73.28. So honestly, it would, in my opinion, it would be better if they bring this down to digest earlier, than as opposed to continuing to go higher above 75.50s, which could have triggered 7600s, and then have like a much bigger reversal down the road. So to May 7th and May 8th lows. Yeah, that's what I'm explaining though. You're measuring off the 14th and 15th. So what they did here is they're closing it right off here. Do you see this? So you probably have to close at a minimum of 74.21. But that's what kind of activates this range again. And then obviously a much bigger risk would be resetting all the way back down here, which I don't really think that would be the case unless they really fail the 73.20s or something, but this kind of just sets us up for the potential to maybe come back, digest this range, and then reset once again. We also started the week neutral, which usually leads to two directional price action and often can end the week flat, especially on like a channel failure this week. So like us stalling in here versus pushing to the 50s. Had they pushed to the 50s, we probably would have continued higher. So either way, closing in 74.20s and 30s is still extremely calculated. Even if they close this back to 74.11, 74.03, 73.99, it just resets our weekly conditions. Okay, nothing actually changes. It's just a weekly reset, which I don't know if you guys are even subscribe to the report or not, but a weekly reset is just resetting exactly where we started the week. It doesn't really change anything. Everything stays the same. Does that make sense? Like this basically stays the exact same. Nothing changes. So this is kind of the neutral range scenario. And this is what it's linked to. Whereas obviously if we had a better open this week around here, then we could have had higher odds of getting that bigger break. So kind of in here, I would just basically recycle the exact report into next week, because then we'll see where we open, where we close. Because the 74.20s open this week, we would have probably triggered 75.50s. Does that make sense? Us opening where we opened is what reduced odds, basically by, I don't know, like 16 points or so. So you could use the exact same logic on the report into next week. A lot of it's all kind of relative. And then the ladder works the same way. It's the same thing as losing this, which takes us back to this. So who was asking that? That area is linked to this. So yes, it's the same thing. Okay? You can stay compressed. Just copy paste this. It's the exact same thing, which is why I was saying they could easily... Oh, I don't think it's going to let me write all that. That's why I was saying it could easily recycle the same conditions into next week off a weekly close in these areas here. It doesn't really change anything. Okay? And we met conditions on the 14th, which was the calculated flip. So that could still keep us durational till the 20th. That's something also important to make note of. Okay? And then this kind of was just like the outlook for the week. I think it's pretty straightforward. Still haven't digested here. These areas were still like major support. This is kind of a compression zone. It doesn't really extend or expand, whereas 75.20s and 75.50s would have been a major expansion. Okay? Anyway, I hope that helps you guys have like at least a plan or outlook into next week. Just use that same logic. These are really, really calculated ranges. Easiest way you can look at this is honestly just measure off the 14th and 15th, because those are the calculated core ranges. So even if they close around 74.11, that's not bad, but obviously 74.21 would be better case scenario. If they close down here, then I'd want a gap open on Sunday. That's going to be like one of my first conditions, because then otherwise we'd be at risk of coming back to these ranges down here and then potentially finally digesting those 20s that we have yet to do. And the market always comes back to digest at some point or another. So this is the area that we haven't digested yet. Okay? So just something to kind of keep in mind is this area here. There's no digestion that's occurred between this area and here. Okay? And without that, that's going to keep putting risk on for the market. Sometimes when we stall off of... no, we didn't. Sometimes when we stall off of the channel, that creates a lot more volatility. There's also some like pretty massive 3-bar patterns that I noticed that formed on like the 7-hour, 8-hour. We'll kind of keep these on watch, even like the 10-hour. Okay, I'm gonna